Labą diena, mėly konferencijos
Hello,
dalyviai.
participants of the
Šiandien
conference.
susitikome jau
We all met today
tradicinį kartą,
for a
nes Vilniaus
traditional
kolegija
conference, I should say, because
suorganizuoja
Vilnius University of Applied Sciences organizes an international conference on a constant basis. Our faculty, the Faculty of Pedagogy,
ir
has
organizuoja
been continuing the tradition to organize an international conference for inclusive uh, education and uh, sustainable development. We added the element of sustainable development because it's an integral part of inclusive education. So these two elements are intertwined. A couple of technical things for our speakers. At the bottom, we have the icon for interpretation at the bottom. So those of you who need interpretation, you can click on that icon and you can choose the channel that you need, either English or Lithuanian. If you need English, press English. If you need Lithuanian, press the Lithuanian channel. So let's start the conference. I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Žymantė Jankauskin, who is the director of our institution. Dear Dean, thank you very much. Good morning. I'm delighted by the initiatives of your faculty. You are always capable of bringing all our friends together. And I'm very happy that we have Professor Vilja, who is the member of the parliament and who has been the friend for a long time. And our international friends, I'm very happy that we have our international friends. I can see uh, our international friends, which I'm very happy about. And uh, a lot of things are probably about are thinking about our end of the year festivities and probably about relaxing time, the festive time. But still, at this beautiful time of the year, you managed to bring us together to discuss very relevant and topical issues. The title of the conference is very intriguing and very interesting, and I hope that actually by looking at the agenda of the conference, I could see that the experience that will be shared today is going to be very interesting and it's going to be very useful for us for our future. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers, our friends, and I would like now to invite everyone to spend the whole day. It's going to be a long day, so I would wish everyone to work inclusively to share our experience and to learn from each other. Best of luck. Thank you. Thank you, Director, very much. Uh, Support is always important for us from the management, and you said a very right thing. The pre-Christmas period is really very important, and it's the period when we can think about the whole year, the work that we've been doing through the entire year. So it's a good time to review what we did, what we didn't do. So we are really uh, happy about that. Inclusion is very important for us. Our faculty is the Faculty of Pedagogy, but we also train social workers. Also, we train sign language interpreters. So this conference will cover all the areas that we are involved in. I know that Professor Vilja has to attend another meeting, and we're very happy that she joined us. She is a constant she has been a constant, a regular sponsor, I should say, of our conference. And uh, she's the ambassador of changes and innovations in education. Professor, so the floor is yours. Participants of the conference, uh, learning and teaching has been now in new fields of changes. We have to rethink it, and we have to adopt new decisions, including the inclusive education. We have to analyze education in various cross sections, and we have to develop very clear goals, and then to pull our efforts together to seek these goals. Because very frequently, theoretical things remain only theoretical and do not go into practice. Practical things, actually, they are not conceptualized. And what we should achieve is a connection between theory and practice. Our experience, our minds are capable of achieving this connection. Today's reality very is very diverse, and it's not a status quo reality. We will have to constantly observe the reality, and we will never have we mustn't forget that we need a lot of efforts, and we will have to look for people who are like-minded. These people can give us a lot of insights, and with the help of a dialogue, we can pull our efforts together. We have to learn how to speak in a dialogue. A dialogue is a very important tool if we want to move forward. So I wish you to have a very fruitful conference and a never-ending conference, because a dialogue is a tool to search for solutions and to implement these solutions. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I have to leave for another meeting. Best of luck. Thank you, Professor. As I've mentioned, the conference will be recorded, and it will be you will be able to find it on YouTube channel. So you will be able to listen to the presentations at some other time. We will have a very different presentations, diverse presentations. So uh, hopefully these presentations, this conference will give you a lot of insights for your work. And now I would like to introduce the agenda of the conference. The conference is going to uh, it's a the entire day conference, and we shall begin with the presentations at 9 o'clock. So probably now we will have a short break just to to adjust all the technical issues. And today's conference will be divided into two parts. The first part will start at 9 o'clock and continue until 1 o'clock. Then we will have a break. The first part of the conference is a plenary session. We will have plenary presentations that will be longer than afternoon presentations. And in the plenary session, we will have the Lithuanian as well as the foreign context. So we will cover all the areas that are important to us. That is inclusive education, as well as issues related to social work, gender equality, and also sustainable development. Then from 1 to 2, we will have a lunch break. And after the lunch break at 2 o'clock, we will be divided into two panels. In one panel, we will have our foreign guests who will be delivering their presentations in English. And mm, the speakers will stay here in this room, and the Lithuanian presenters will go to another Zoom channel. Um, and both panels will be broadcast on the internet on YouTube. At 5 o'clock, the conference will be finished, and we will come back here to this room to conclude the presentations and the conference. I will be moderating today's conference by Yushkina. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Pedagogy, and I will be assisted by the dean of the department, the head of the Department of Education of Faculty of the Pedagogy of Applied Sciences University, Ms. Lina Pechulienia. Also, I will be assisted by Dalia Kaczynskaite Wróblewskina. If you have any issues, so you can directly contact us. And I hope, and I think that we will have no major issues, hopefully. So until 5 o'clock, uh, sorry, until 9 o'clock, we will have a short break. And at 9 o'clock sharp, we will start with the presentation. So a short coffee break before a longer session and before a long day. So let's meet here again at 9 o'clock.
Good morning, Carmel.
Good morning.
I'm testing. Good morning. So
Yeah,
we will be starting in 20 minutes, I believe.
Yes, now you can try to share the slides and see if everything is working.
Sure. Yep. Okay.
pradėti kalbėti, ar ne? Labas rytas.
Good morning. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Carmel Borg. Actually, I can have a very long introduction about this person. We have cooperated for a very long time and we're very proud about it. Thanks to the professor, we have published the book, which has been sold out. And the professor is the head of the faculty of Malta University. He is also the expert of international educational studies. He's been invited to our conference and to conferences all around the world in the universities in many countries. So I want to thank this professor, and I'm very happy that you agreed to read your presentation in this conference. And without further ado, I give the floor to you on the topic addressing inequity, the limits and possibilities of education. So the floor is yours. You can start.
Sure. So thank you, Lina, for that generous, introduction. Let me put the presentation on. Okay. So, yes, a very good morning to everyone from my office, room 232 at the University of Malta. I should like to congratulate, the organizers for putting, inequity, inclusion, diversity on the agenda. It's a timely conference in the era of, COVID. COVID has done two major things. It has uncovered even further the inequities and inequalities that exist, not only at the local level, but also at the global level, globally. But it has also, unfortunately, precipitated, these inequalities. In other words, the world today, after almost 2 years of COVID, is not only as unequal as it used to be, but unfortunately, I have to say, and this is evidence-based, more unequal than it was 2 years ago. As you can see from the title, Addressing Inequity, the Limits and Possibilities of Education. So we know that we are living in an unequal world. We know that we are living in unequal and inequitable societies. And today we're going to reflect on this issue, but also on whether it's possible for education to address aspects of this inequity. What will become very clear from my presentation that is that, education has its limits. Education is just a piece of the jigsaw puzzle called inequity or equality, and therefore we cannot expect education to do it alone. We cannot expect education, therefore, to address an inequitable world, an inequitable society on its own. There needs to be other measures taken by individual states or multilaterally to ensure a more equitable globe and a more equitable society. So this is, in a nutshell, my presentation. Taking for granted, because it is evidence-based, that this is an unequal world, but at the same time, reflecting, as I have been doing for the past 34 years, on what can be done educationally, what can be done by the education system and the education community to address the issue of inequitable societies. But of course, before we start moving slowly into the world of education, we have to obviously define and discuss where we're coming from. So as far as I am concerned, those who know me know that I am coming from a social justice, perspective. So for me, there can never be, inclusive societies without socially just societies. So my approach to inclusive societies my approach to inclusive and equitable education systems is always from a social justice, perspective. And in those brackets, you can see the 5 elements that inform, that define, social justice as I understand it. So it's basically access to public resources, access to equity of treatment, full participation, affirmation of diversity, and human rights. Those are the elements that together constitute my definition of social justice. So with a social justice, perspective, then of course, inclusive societies afford all individuals and groups, regardless of person or group specific characteristics, access to and full participation in society. So that is the goal of a truly inclusive society. An inclusive society which is informed by social justice, which, as we can see here, there are 4 or 5 elements that constitute such a definition. Now, of course, one element which is very important, which distinguishes high-performing societies in terms of social justice from low-performing society, is this concept of human rights. Without a human rights-based approach, what we have is the alternative, and the alternative is a charitable, to equity. And unfortunately, we cannot aspire to an equitable society if we follow a charitable approach, to inclusive societies. So basically, a basic element of high-performing, equitable society is a society which is informed, which is defined by a human rights approach. So human rights are, key, and an understanding, a profound understanding of human rights, is key to an approach which should lead us to a more equitable society. Now, we mentioned also full participation. Now, the term full participation, which informs socially just societies, is obviously multifaceted, is of course, multidimensional, which explains why in the beginning, I said very clearly that education is not on its own, can never, contribute to a fully inclusive society. As you can see, when we speak of full participation, there are multiple dimensions to full participation, and this includes the cultural dimension, the economic dimension, the social dimension, the environmental, the legal, the physical, the political, the relational, and the spatial dimension. So when we speak of full participation, we immediately understand that the term full participation reflects or refers to a multifaceted and multidimensional approach to inclusive societies, and therefore it is not right, okay, and it's not correct to expect teachers, education communities, and schools to, of course, contribute on their own to a fully inclusive society. Now, we've heard several times over the past 2 years in the context of COVID that we are basically in it together, that we are basically, swimming together, that we are on it, on the same boat. That is not true. That is not true. And COVID has, in fact, emphasized, accentuated, highlighted the inequitable, word and the inequitable societies. We might be boarding trains, but we are not boarding the same trains, as you can see from these pictures. And when we speak of inequity, we're speaking basically of 2 important dimensions. We're speaking of volume, and when we speak of volume, we speak of, millions of children around the world, including in our societies, who haven't really entered schools, who despite the fact that we are living in the 21st century, you know, they have not even stepped, you know, onto, you know, our schools. And that is volume. The amount of children outside the education system for multiple reasons. But then there is the concept of quality, which is as important as volume. So it's not enough to say that we are boarding trains. Then we have to ask, which trains are we boarding? Which parts of the train are we boarding? What quality of trains are we boarding? What quality of transport do we have? Train transport do we have? So the issue of quality is crucial. And I spoke earlier about transport. This is education. So the Millennium Development Goals indicated that more and more children are entering our schools, that more and more children are participating in our education systems. But the question is it enough to speak about participation in terms of numbers? And this is not just about, you know, parts of the world which are considered as underdeveloped or considered as, you know, countries which are in the process of developing. It also regards us. So when we speak about equitable societies, when we speak about equitable education systems, it's not enough to say that we have opened the door to each child, to every child to enter the education system. That is volume. We need to speak then about quality, because quality is important as volume when we define, when we reflect about equitable education systems, when we obviously try to reflect on equitable societies. So as you can see from these pictures, all children in these pictures are in a space called school, are in a space called classroom. But compare and contrast these two pictures. And when we start speaking about quality, then we stop speaking about equitability. Then we stop speaking about inclusion. Because from my experience of one of the pictures, it can be 200 children, you know, in one classroom. It can be about teachers who are not well trained. It's about teachers with very low quality formation, with very low training, etc. So when we speak about equity, there is this one dimension, which is volume, equal access in terms of numbers, equal presence in terms of access to common goods, but there is also the issue of quality. When we access these common goods, are these experiences, are these goods of quality, or do we have to pay for quality? And that's where inequity starts. When you start privatization and, of course, providing equity or providing, you know, quality access if you pay. So privatization, and this is unfortunately one dimension of current, you know, situation globally, privatization can lead to, you know, further access, but can also lead to inequity in terms of quality of access. So this is a very important point before we enter and we start reflecting on, you know, equitable access, equal societies, inclusive societies, etc. We need to understand that we are not speaking only about quantity, about volume, about, you know, voluminous access, you know, to equitable or equitable access in terms of volumes, you know, to common good. We're also speaking about quality. Now, once we understand that equity is not just volume, but it's also about quality access and, you know, equal access in terms of outcomes, then of course, once we understood that there is an objective truth out there, and the objective truth is that we have inequitable societies, and we have inequitable, access to systems, then of course comes the subjective interpretation of why we still have in the 21st century an inequitable world and also an inequitable society. And that obviously includes our countries. Now, there are two major interpretations. One interpretation, which is very common, is the interpretation that starts from the individual, blaming genes and blaming families and blaming family backgrounds and blaming socioeconomic status of the family for the fact that, their children are not, youth are not accessing, education. So from this perspective, which is the jungle justice perspective, we have an unequal society because children and their families are not taking advantage, full advantage of the opportunities that our societies are offering to them, blaming the victim. So we are content with opening the doors, and if children do not make it as defined by us, then there is children and there are families to blame for the predicament. So it's not society's fault for inequitable access in terms of outcomes. This is one subjective interpretation of why we have an inequitable, society. Blaming the victim for inequity, blaming the victim for inequality, blaming the victim for lack of inclusion. It's not our collective fault for inequity. It's not our collective responsibility for inequality. It's the child's, it's the personal, it's the family's responsibility for such lack of inclusion. So this is one interpretation of our inequitable societies. Personalizing responsibility. It's not society's fault. It's not society's responsibility. It's not a collective responsibility. It's a personal responsibility. We call it blaming the victim. So when we start blaming the victim, when we start blaming the child, when we start blaming the person, when we start blaming the family, then of course we will continue reproducing the inequitable society, because there's nothing we can do. It's the child's fault. It's family's fault. It's personal's fault. It's not our fault. It's not society's fault. So the objective truth is that we have inequitable societies, or rather the objective truth. One of the subjective interpretations is this interpretation. But then there is another interpretation. And the other interpretation is, of course, social justice informed. It starts with a critical engagement with the world. It starts with an interrogation of our society. And when we dig very deep, critically, into our societies, into the way the globe is arranged socially and economically, then we start realizing that the problems of equity that we have, that the problems of inclusion and diversity that we have are not coming from the individual, are not coming from the person, are not coming from the families, but they are coming because the world is structurally organized for inequity. Now, that is a serious indictment on the globe, and equally, that is a serious indictment on our societies. So rather than simply looking at the individual and trying to fix the individual, we better start interrogating on how societies are organized, on how the world is organized in terms of its economic policies, in terms of its social policies, in terms of its cultural policies, in terms of its educational policies, etc., etc., etc. We have unequal societies because we have an unequal global economic system, a global economic system that is bound, that privileges concentration of wealth and concentration of power. So we need to start making, these connections. Is it possible to have unequal societies, or rather, is it possible to have equal societies in an unequal world? What is the role of the state in correcting locally what is unequal globally? So we cannot expect equitable education systems when we have profoundly inequitable societies. In English, we say we cannot square the circle. So it's useless for us to focus on education and to blame education for our inequities if we are not prepared to make this connection, that we have inequitable education systems, that we have inequitable educational outcomes because we have inequitable societies, because we are living in an inequitable world, a world which is structured to be inequitable. And these are some of the symptoms of an inequitable world. So when we speak of inequity, there is ample evidence to substantiate our claim that we are truly living in an inequitable world and in inequitable societies. These are figures which are very recent. And I can assure you that COVID has even, precipitated the situation described, in this particular slide. The world's richest 1% have more than twice as much wealth as 6.9 billion people. How can we aspire to equity? How can we aspire to inclusion when the world is so savagely stacked against the great majority of the population of this world? And on the other, column, you can see the connection, between an inequitable world and inequitable societies and education. While we're seeing in one angle how much wealth and power is concentrated in so few hands, on the other hand, we'll see that today, 258 million children, while 1 out of every 5 will not be allowed to go to school. So there is a very intimate connection between what is happening in education, in our societies, and over the world, and what is happening outside the education system. So before we start blaming teachers, before we start blaming schools, before we start blaming education communities, let's start interrogating our societies and see how they are organized to privilege the most powerful and the most wealthy elements within our societies and around the globe. And this is fundamental to a healing process, not only of the world, but also of our societies. Engaging critically with our societies, engaging critically with our world. Because if we start engaging critically with the world and locally with our societies, we'll start realizing that we cannot, switch a spotlight on education without seeing the intersection of education with, social policies, fiscal policies, economic policies, cultural policies, etc., etc., etc. And when we speak, of inequities, huge inequities, in our world, of course, we're speaking about immediately about our, societies, and also in general about the region. So in the absence of compensating measures by governments, the most conservative scenario anticipates a 10% mean loss for the poor, while wage inequality increases by 3.5% on a continental basis. So this is the world today. This is the European Union today. And COVID, as I said earlier, not only uncovered this inequity in our societies, in our region, in our European community, but it has also precipitated the situation. So there are much more, people now in the European Union close or under the poverty line. And how can you ask poor people to give more importance to education when they are not sure that they're going to have a decent meal, a hot meal, a good meal this evening? How can you dare ask people to focus on education when tonight they're not sure whether they have a roof on their head? So this is one example of the connection between economic inequity and educational inequity. We think, and this is the European Union mantra, that education, more skills will fix society. That is not true. Equitable education moves pari passu, we say, with equitable societies. It is true that more skills, that reskilling in education, that upskilling in education does contribute to further access to common goods, but it is also equally true that equitable societies can in any way contribute to equitable, education. So these two elements, equity in education and equity in society at large, are in constant dialogue with each other. It's not a one-way street we're talking about, but it's a two-way street. And these two elements live symbiotically together. I will skip a few slides and I will get here because this is an important slide. So in terms of inequity, in terms of inequitable education systems, in terms of inequitable societies, from a social justice perspective, and not from a jungle justice perspective, inequities are a collective responsibility. So I am as responsible as the politician for this predicament in our society. And there are different ways of interpreting our collective responsibility for our inequitable, societies. And this is a list. And as you can see, you can be the best person in the world. You can be the best educator in the world. You might want to think that you're trying your best, in education or outside education, and still you'll be still partially responsible for inequities in our society and in our education system. And in my, circulation around the globe, in my interaction with different people living in different parts of the world, unfortunately, more than ever before, I'm meeting these elements, within, individuals and within, groups that I interact with. The sense of helplessness. Yes, we know that there is something wrong within our system, but what can we do? There's nothing we can do. The problems, the challenges are much bigger than us. This sense of fatalism. And unfortunately, when mentally and emotionally you think that there's nothing that can be done, or rather that there's nothing which is or can be identified as my fault and I'm out of it, then of course, fatalism, sense of helplessness, most probably would then lead to indifference, cynicism, fear, silence, passivity, unconsciousness, if not actively supporting the system. So these are elements that if we look closely at ourselves through a mirror and we are honest about it, most probably that some of these elements already are controlling our interaction with the world. So when we fear, when we think that there is nothing we can do, when we engage in fatalism, when we engage in indifference, when we engage in cynicism, then of course we are partially responsible, and therefore we are collectively responsible for inequities in our education system and inequities in our society. So we are not outside the challenge. We are intimately part of the challenge. So we better realize that we are in it together, that somehow through our passivity, through our paralysis, through our sense of helplessness, through our sense of fatalism, we are not, no, out of the problem. We are firmly inside the issue. And this is where the healing starts, when we are feeling responsible, co-responsible, collectively responsible for inequities in society. And that's why I started off by congratulating, the organizers for keeping inequity, inequality, lack of inclusion high up on the agenda. We need to keep interrogating societies. We need to keep interrogating the world, but essentially, we need to keep interrogating ourselves about how on earth are we responsible for this predicament. So if we feel that we are, as educators, as professionals, co-responsible for the inequities within the education system and within, society, then of course, the second step would be coming to terms with the world that is. And coming to terms with the world that is means basically engaging critically, which means basically that as educators, as professionals, we are not simply technicians pushing syllabi, pushing curricula, pushing other people's agenda. So this is an important second step after emotionally and cognitively realizing that we are somehow or other responsible for an inequitable society, education system, and the world. Coming to terms with the world, engaging, the world, interrogating the world, naming, inequities, understanding, discriminations, oppressions, etc., etc., etc. And one enemy, one challenge that we have is time. The world is arranged in a way that it leaves very little time for us to stop, regroup, and reflect. So the world is stacked against this very essential element in the healing process. We have no time to stop and reflect together. Why? Because the world is going round and it is increasing its speed by the minute. So speed is perhaps the biggest enemy of this healing process. Whenever I interact with teachers, with educators, wherever I am, this is the standard, mantra. We have no time to reflect. How can we start healing the world? How can we start healing society? How can we start healing the education system when we feel that there is no time to regroup, to get together, and to reflect critically together? So reflection is basic. Reflection is of the essence if we want to understand and start healing, the world. So I'm appealing to every leader, educational leader who might be listening to this presentation, that unless we make time for reflection, do not expect that your institution will qualitatively contribute to equity within your institution, within education, within society. Ongoing critical reflection is a very important aspect of the healing process. And then, of course, if we make time, if we create space for critical reflection, then comes the third step, the question of which side of the river are we on? And this is an ethical question, a very important moral question that any educator, any professional committed, to equity in education and equity in society should engage in. Where are we in terms of our reading with the world? Are we going to continue to see the child who is not coping as a deficit? Or are we interrogating, to what extent the education system is resourcing educators, is resourcing schools to interact productively with that child? If we believe that, education is a human right, how would we define accessibility in the context of that right? And because we are now asking not technical questions, those are secondary. The primary questions are ethical and moral first. And because we are asking ethical questions, then we cannot remain neutral when faced by these questions. And here comes Paulo Freire and his, view of neutrality. Let me read. It is so powerful. Washing one's hands of the conflict between the powerful and the powerful and the powerless means to side with the powerful, not to be neutral. So your silence, your indifference, your sense of helplessness, your lack of motivation to create time, to make time, to struggle for time, to critically reflect, is not neutrality. It's basically your contribution to reproducing the status quo. And you well know that the status quo is an inequitable status quo. So you are not neutral. Your indifference, your lack of analysis, your lack of critical engagement, your lack of your passivity, etc., is an engagement. And it is an engagement with the status quo. And the status quo is anything but inclusive. The status quo is anything but democratic. The status quo is anything but participatory. So this is very important. Keeping neutral, keeping silence, disengaging is a vote for the status quo. And this is definitely a moral and ethical position of yours. So before we start, tackling the technical side and the policy side, as you can see, there is a lot of work to be done, intellectually. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of, critical engagement with the world. So this is the difference between the status quo and engagement with the world on behalf of inclusive societies. And it's the difference between a human rights approach where we realize that education is not a choice, education is not an option, quality education is not a choice, is not an option, but it's a fundamental right. And if we do not realize that, then of course we are on the side of charity, where quality education, where access to education stops becoming, a right and becomes a lottery. Not for all, but out of luck. Where you're born, which school you go to, which teachers you encounter, how much resources you happen to have in that school, whether it's urban, whether it's city, whether it's rural, outside the city, that's luck. If your system is a truly human rights-based system, then whoever you are, wherever you're born, which family you're born into, where geographically you are, whether you're rural or urban, rural or city, then because you are a citizen of your country, because your education is a human right, then it does not make a difference. And therefore, society and authorities are morally and ethically bound to provide the best resources available. I will go one step further. If your system is socially just, informed, system, then the best resources ought to be given to the most disadvantaged. Now, the world has mapped, what constitutes a truly inclusive society. And in 2015, your government, together with mine and several other governments, adopted the 2030 Agenda, 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And from this picture, you realize that at least United Nations, in its vision, appreciates the importance of the interaction between education and several other aspects and facets, of life, sustainability, quality life, etc., etc. But as you can see, there is SDG number 4. It's no longer access to education, but now it's access to quality education, that emphasis on quality education. And this is in a nutshell, what your government committed to, what my government committed to when they both adopted, the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is the commitment of your government. This is the commitment of my government. Of course, I do not have the time, to elaborate on what constitutes quality education, but of course, inclusion is a commitment of your government. Equity is a commitment of your government. So those of you who are struggling, for a more equitable Lithuania, they know that your government has adopted this agenda officially. And therefore you have grounds to go together with other conventions, to struggle for a more equitable Lithuania. I will skip this because I'm running out of time. And the question is, can education liberate us? Now, this is a very tricky ethical question, because we know from history and we know from experience that education can empower us, education can liberate us, but education can also oppress us. Education can also domesticate us. Education can also create a passive society. So back again to ethical issues, back again to ethical questions, back again to ethical challenges. What kind of education do we have right now in Lithuania? We might have access for all. We might have open doors for all. But when we enter that education system, is that education system liberating the community? Is it helping the community to engage, critically with society? Is it helping, youth, adults, and children to become participant, citizens in a democracy? Is it truly liberating? Is it truly empowering? This is a very important question, because we cannot move into an unequitable society when we are training, forming citizens to be passive, to be spectators in an inequitable world, in an inequitable society. So this is a fundamental question for any education community to make time to reflect and to engage critically with this important and fundamental question. Once we ensure that our children are attending schools, are in our classrooms, when we are partially sure that we are providing resources, then comes the very important question: what kind of curricular experience are we offering our children? Is this curricular experience reproducing passivity? Is this curricular experience reproducing indifference while preparing our future citizens to become skilled laborers in the economy? We cannot aspire to an inequitable society unless we make sure that the education process is engaging our students with the prospect of becoming not only skilled laborers in an economy, but skilled citizens in a democracy. Because equity is not only about economy, equity is about democracy. I'm running out of time. I had several other ideas to share with you. So I thank the organizers for giving me this golden opportunity to share some of my thoughts. And once again, congratulating you for keeping equity, inclusion, diversity, social justice on your agenda. Thank you very much.
Dėkoju profesoriau už jūsų pranešimą. Kaip visada jis yra labai.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. As always, it was really enriching, and I believe many of us would like to re-listen to it and to understand every single thought. Tried to take notes, but that was not very easy. I realized that education is not the only reason why we encounter exclusion and inequity, but you also lifted the attention of the people who live in poverty and encounter inequality every single day. And you also reflected on critically thinking people. And we really have to answer the question whether we are as such in our day-to-day activities, and we have to understand which relation to the world we have. We need to realize what our children are in every single day. And these are very important issues and questions. It's a pity that we didn't have enough time for everything. And I want to thank you once again, but please do not disconnect. We have very important news to you. So, Vaiva. Yes, I can see we have no questions, but I believe that's only because we are left in contemplation, in reflection, in a bubble of reflection, and we have to think what's relevant in Lithuania. We live in the conditions when schools are blamed, when teachers are blamed, and when everyone blames everyone. As the professor said, we really need to educate a person to be a citizen, not a laborer. And thank you so much for this. And now I'm really regret that we didn't manage to meet eye to eye, only virtually. But anyway, last year, Vilnius College celebrated the 20th anniversary, and the community wants to award you with a medal. I'm not sure if you can see it, and to honor you as the member of honor of our University of Applied Sciences. I'm not sure if you can see those gifts, and I'm not sure if we can meet physically anytime soon, but still we had a huge vote, and we awarded people for what they do, for how they contribute to the educational system. And you contributed a lot to the changes happening in Lithuania. As all of you know, Professor Karmel is not only invited by Lithuanian institutions or universities, but also by other authorities. And I know that our community of parents also invited the professor to give a speech. And I really hope that this is not the last meeting that we have. And I hope that we can meet eye to eye sometime in the future.
Yeah.
And Professor, I really want to thank you. You are our friend, a member of our community, and we are really proud to have this opportunity to be with you and to communicate with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I'm really grateful, to you, friends. I call you friends. I call you colleagues now. So I'm really, honored and almost dumbfounded. I usually find the words, but I have no words, to thank you. This was a really nice, surprise. As I keep saying, I'm really looking forward to meeting you again physically in presence. I miss you. I miss the country. I love the country, and I want to continue to contribute in any way I can, to your country. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your gesture, and I'm really looking forward to receiving it in person.
Ačiū labai, profesoriau.
Thank
Labai
you so
Thank
much,
you.
Professor.
Thank
We
you.
are delighted, and thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And
Yeah, my pleasure.
really, we are very happy you made time for us. And now, without further ado, I want to introduce another presentation given by Ralph Dulong. He is currently working all around Europe, and he is a lawyer, lawmaker, and Vice Chair of Regional Parliament Trent, and as such Chair of the Presidium of the Regional Parliament. He will be speaking of inclusion from a human rights perspective.
Yes, thank you very much. But maybe let me first congratulate Professor Borg. You were beaming all over, really nice to see. And I think I remember I was at a conference once in Lithuania at the faculty. You were one of the speakers as well. And I think I remember your speech you gave then. It's quite some years ago, but I think it is well earned. And thank you also for your plea actually for human rights and education. So that will be my topic, because I couldn't agree more with your words, the importance of human rights. I'm a human rights trainer, but I'm also a politician. So I felt really compelled by what you were saying about social injustice, for example. And while you were speaking, I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about my presentation and how to implement human rights as a human rights trainer in not only education, but in daily life, but also how to do this as a politician, actually, which is perhaps even more difficult if you look at society at large. But I will try. I will try to speak a bit about human rights in connection to the topic of today, which is inclusion. But first, let me thank the pedagogical faculty for the invitation and for organizing this conference about inclusion. I've often been a guest at your faculty, and when I visited Vilnius, Lithuania for the first time, now more than a decade ago, I found a country full of energy, and there was this will to learn, to develop, to move forward, even though much of the old structures were still there. And I was thinking that it must not have been easy for you to invite someone like me, together with my friend and colleague Cor van der Griend, who would speak about human rights, including topics that were controversial and perhaps in large parts of society, mind you, in many countries, including my own, still are controversial. And I'm thinking about topics like racism, homophobia, gender equality, just to name a few. So our first classes in Vilnius were about human rights. They were mostly focusing on discrimination, but over the years, it developed from discrimination to diversity to inclusion. So that's what we are speaking about today. So I will try to discuss two lines, actually. The first line is the one about some human rights sources, treaties, conventions. And the other line is about some topics, discrimination, diversity, inclusion, but also some topics that are highly discussed in classes, school classes these days. But first, so I will try to bring it together in a school class, these two topics. But first, I would start with explaining a game. A game that, in my opinion, explains perfectly what inclusion is, or maybe does not explain it, but it shows you what inclusion is. After all, I'm a human rights trainer. So if I would have been in Vilnius today, I would have asked all the participants to move to one side of the room. So you would be all behind one line, as you can see in this picture. So it looks a bit like this. And then I would give you a role. And there are a lot of roles. Don't worry, please, interpreters, you don't need to translate this all. But you would be given a role like the first one, you are the president of the United States of America. Or you would be the 20-year-old lesbian daughter of a Tunisian immigrant. Or you would be a lesbian student or unemployed male worker in Germany. So lots of roles. Then I would ask you some questions, and the questions would look like this. And with each of the questions, if you would answer yes, so affirmative to one of these questions, you would be allowed to take one step forward. Questions like, has your financial situation mostly been well or okay? Or a question like, do you live in a house that belongs to you? Or a question like, can you kiss the person you love in public? Every time a yes, every time a step forward. Well, in the end, at the end of the game, you would have a situation in the room that would look like this. Some people would be still standing at the line, only have taken a couple of steps. Others would have been far, far, far ahead. Well, actually, we have used this one as a start for trainings, also at the faculty quite often, and it is to sensitize participants. All kinds of groups, be it teachers, social workers, students, doesn't matter. It invites you to think, to reflect about your position in society. And I think it's a very powerful tool to actually demonstrate how inclusion, or rather the lack of inclusion, or the starting position you have in society, given your background, how it looks like. Now, it's an instrument, it's a tool, but it's one I like to use very much. I'll get back to it, I think, in the end of my presentation a bit. So let me first then move to the line I would like to discuss, which is first one, the United Nations. And it is the the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948. And you see here Eleanor Roosevelt, who was really one of the driving forces behind the declaration, highly influential to both introducing human rights in the modern era, but also as a document that actually influences the life of many peoples today in societies. You see here part of the declaration, and I think it is good to realize that, that the reason why the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in the first place, it was a reaction to the atrocities that happened in World War II, amongst others, done by the Nazis. So there was this strong wish that this should never happen again. You see here the word barbarous acts that would which have outraged the conscience of mankind. So I think that's a very important thing to remember. It was the start in 1948. If you look at the world today, still this is an important issue. It is an important topic. It is something that is still happening, but human rights have evolved much, much further. Now, it's not specifically about discrimination yet. There are other treaties that were adopted later that are about discrimination. It mentions the distinction on grounds such as race, color, etc. It mentions equal treatment of men and women. However, equal treatment of men and women in 1948 was very, very underdeveloped. Like this declaration mentions discrimination on grounds of race, that it's forbidden, but again, it's not a strong article. And again, for sure, many countries in 1948, large parts of the world were still colonized. For example, in the US, there was still racism as a daily practice. In my own country, which is the Netherlands, racism, being a colonial power, was daily practice as well. Anyway, still, this document, though not legally binding, is the starting point for many developments on discrimination and later on diversity and inclusion. And in your daily practice, in the school class, you will find, you will feel, you will have this influence as well, even though you do not know it. And in fact, it also has influenced your position in society because it has influenced societies at large. Moving to another one, a second one, I will discuss three in this line, is the Council of Europe. And especially, it is the European Convention on Human Rights. It was signed only 2 years later than the Universal Declaration, so in 1950, but it's still already a bit more developed. It builds further on the Universal Declaration, but it is not only human rights, it is about binding states based on human rights, European states. It's quite unique. It was quite unique. It is quite unique. And for the first time, it acknowledged that states, when they form a community, should do so based on human rights. Now, like the Universal Declaration, you will find words covering discrimination. You will find all kinds of high principles, but as with the Universal Declaration 2 years before, you have to realize this is 1950. Many of the signing states in Europe, European states, were colonial powers, as I said, inherent racist, sexist, and for sure, homophobic as well, and a lot of other things. So there was still a very, very long way to go. But skipping a few years and then going to the year 2000, I'm going to the EU. The year 2000 in France, in Nice, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, a highly influential document, which has a direct effect on everybody's life, everybody's daily life in the EU community. So for the first time, you will see the word diversity mentioned, though it is not yet, so this is 2000, in the way we use it today. But let me show you Article 21, a specific article about non-discrimination, and it's a strong one. It simply says that that discrimination is forbidden. Point. There's no discussion about it. There's no exception to the rule. It is forbidden. Now, as you can see that in the following articles, in Article 22, you see the word diversity. Again, it's not yet the diversity we are having this understanding of diversity we are having today, but it is there. And also you will find a specific article on equality between men and women, children's rights of the elderly, and an interesting one, an article about integration of persons with disabilities. Now, this is a new one. and it goes a bit further than only non-discrimination. It speaks of integration rather than discrimination. I will go to the definition of discrimination a bit later, but for now, I would like you to understand that integration really takes more than being non-discriminatory. It actually asks a very active government to achieve this. So this is one line. Three highly influential international agreements that have an impact on you as a teacher in your school class, on your school, on societies at large. But there are many, many more international agreements and on many topics, and for sure there are agreements on education as well. I will not go into those one, but I would like to mention a couple of other ones. And first one is the convention. It's already an older one. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And another one, the Convention, International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And then yet another one, and I think important for you as a teacher, for sure, is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Now, this last one, Convention on the Rights of the Child, I think is one that would ask a separate discussion anyway, because it's so far-reaching, it's so full, and it has so many elements that you would need another conference to discuss. So I cannot do that in this context, but I would like you to memorize this one and maybe at a later stage, see if you can find an PDF from it and just read it. It's very, very interesting anyway. One last one I would like to discuss is a convention that is very modern in its approach and far-reaching. So it's the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Not only will you find in Article 3 under general principles non-discrimination, you will also find full and effective participation and inclusion in society. And also the concept of diversity is mentioned. So this conversion recognizes that there is this difference, connection, but also difference between discrimination, diversity, inclusion. What I like especially about this one, about the UN, is that it brings its own convention into practice. So disabilities are defined broadly. It's not only about people with disabilities, physical disabilities, but also, for example, people with intellectual disabilities. So there's a version of this treaty, so-called Easy Read, that's written in understandable language. And actually, I think this is a version to present it like this would benefit all of us. Maybe all laws should be presented in this way. Okay, so these are a couple of treaties, human rights treaties, resources, conventions, I think are relevant, are important. And just to give you an idea of the context of what I'm going to discuss now, which is discrimination, diversity, and inclusion, and then go to school classes. Discrimination. You see here a photo from Black Lives Matter. So it's about racism, one form of discrimination. And actually, Black Lives Matter have been changing how we discuss discrimination in society in the past years, but it has been around for a very, very long time. and not only racism, but I mentioned homophobia before, I have mentioned sexism before. Discrimination is something that has been there for a long time. But what is it? So I will use some EU directives. You can find these on the EU website. The European Commission is very active in publishing its documents, and it's very transparent. So you can easily find whatever it is you need. So here you have the slide, I'm sorry, the slide with some resources. And then you will see it's about more grounds of discrimination, but let's pick out one. So it's the one about race and ethnicity, published in the official journey of the European Community. You will see the general provisions, concept of discrimination, and here you have the core of it, which is that one person is treated less favorable compared to another in comparable circumstances, comparable situations. That is one to keep in mind and to remember. There's also the concept of indirect discrimination, which I will not discuss at the moment because it's quite a complex concept. But most important for you to remember now, there's direct and indirect discrimination. Direct, it is this being treated less favorably. Also important, and especially in when working with groups, like in the school class, is the concept of harassment. You see here the definition of harassment, and actually you see there the words intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating, offensive environment. And this word environment is here key because it is something that you, being a teacher, have influence on creating this environment or not, preventing from this environment being created or not. Now, I'm not trying to give you this huge burden that you and you alone are, as a teacher, are responsible for this, because you are not. But in your class, I have been a teacher myself. I started my career as a law teacher. And I know how important it is to create a certain environment. And the environment should be that it's non-discriminatory. It's not easy though. And for sure, it's not only the teacher, but it's the school that has a responsibility here. Now, because it's so important, this whole concept of discrimination, well, I found a Lithuanian version, and you can read it here yourself without translation. And also this whole concept of harassment. I'm looking meanwhile at the time, and I'm not sure how well I'm doing time-wise, but I feel I have to move on a little bit faster. So I will go to the concept of diversity. What is diversity? And again, I'm doing this because I think we've seen this development, if you look at Universal Declaration of Human Rights, going from discrimination, not very active yet, to a more active approach of discrimination, prevention, non-discrimination, to diversity, to inclusion. So what is diversity? If you look at the Merriam-Webster definition of it, dictionary, there's one interesting element I would like to highlight, where it says that diversity is the quality or state of having many forms, well, etc., etc. Key here is the state. So it's something where you observe diversity. And it means that it is less active, actually, well, in my opinion, than what we are going to do and what we are trying to achieve, which is inclusion. Here you see a photo which I found on the internet. If you Google diversity, you will find lots of photos like this. And very often it's from working places, and more or less they all look like this. But I'm not so sure whether or not this is diverse. For me, I see a group of people, a photo with a group of people who look actually quite homogeneous. They are all nicely dressed. No, there's no one with a veil, no one with a visible disability. They all look like, well, not really older people, and they, to me, seem like middle class. Reminds me a bit more of this actually. So I don't see the diversity. It's for me not there yet. Let me take you to last photo, last definition I would like to discuss, which is inclusion. Again, a photo and a definition. First, a definition. So it's from Cambridge. It says that actually inclusion is the act of including someone or something, etc., etc. And again, for me, this is the key, the essence. So it's the act of including, and the act of including asks something very active. It's an active attitude that's required here. You have to do something to include someone. It will not happen by itself. I think that is what we are talking about today, the act of including. Now, the question is, what does it take for a school to be inclusive? So I'll try to bring it together now and see if I can give some examples or at least dilemmas, because I don't think there are really solutions that are there for everyone. I actually think that if you want to go to solutions for a school, if you want to be inclusive, if you want to be diverse or non-discriminating, each school, each class has to walk its own path. It's a process again and again and again, based on certain principles. In my case, these are human rights. So schools have changed from what you just saw there to something that looked like this. At least this is school, if I look at it, most likely from, well, it's English behind. So it's maybe the UK, maybe the US, maybe Netherlands, Germany, I don't know. But there are many schools who look like this. And it looks very diverse. It seems like there are many students from all kinds of different backgrounds. Same with this one. You see the photo I used before. You see students, diverse backgrounds, one pupil in a wheelchair. But actually, if you look at this photo, it already implies something. For this kid to be able to sit there at that chair means the school has to be accessible. It means that there cannot be any chairs, or if there's stairs, a bit different. And if there are stairs, there has to be an elevator apart from the stairs if there are classes upstairs. So already this child, this photo, this child being there implies that the school has to be physically accessible, which again requires quite a lot from buildings, not only in, for sure, Lithuania, but this is still true in many, many school buildings and other public buildings in society, not accessible for people in wheelchairs, not accessible for people who have visual problems like blind, not accessible for people who have problems walking, etc., etc. So there's lots of implications already in this photo. So looking at that photo, you can tick the box diversity, and the same with this photo. So this flag in the background, I assume it's the LGBTI flag. So it assumes that it's a gay-friendly school. Actually, this photo assumes a lot. It apparently has diversity in terms of race and ethnicity, but it does not tell the whole picture. So there's somebody missing with a visible disability, but okay. But what it doesn't show is actually how inclusive this school is. What it will not tell you is there discrimination or not? And perhaps this school has a lot of regulations, has protocols. What this school perhaps has is when there are problems, when students are being discriminated, they can complain. But what it does not tell you is what is the background of these students. We don't know, looking at this picture, which is a diverse photo, so it looks nice, but we don't know about mental health issues, for example, from these students. We don't know if any one of these students is being bullied for whatever reason. We don't know if somebody is being harassed, or we don't know if somebody is too poor to join school activities. We don't know if somebody is being abused. So from the first sight, and this is often true, you go into schools, you go into groups, it looks very nice, but you don't know the reality behind it. And actually that's something you have to train, and you can only train working with it as a teacher. For example, you as a teacher, you have to act legally, and I guess, and I assume, because of the principles from your school, if there's a case of homophobia. But that's not an easy one, and especially not if you yourself have perhaps negative feelings about gay people. It happens a lot, or against Roma, or Muslims, or people from any other religion. Suppose you're Catholic, the other one is Protestant, things like that. So it's actually the school who has to ensure that teachers are able to do this. It means that the school should ensure a safe, inclusive environment. And again, in being inclusive is an act. And I would actually add to that it's a continuous act. It's a process. You cannot have one class about human rights in the beginning of the year and then assume that's it. It is asking a continuous effort. So basically, and I've said it more often when I was actually at your faculty, basically it should be part of your curriculum, of your professional behavior, your professional attitude as a teacher. Professional attitude that whatever it is that is going on in your classroom, where you have the responsibility, it is you, but in the end, behind you, it is the school that is responsible for this. It takes a lot. It is not easy. Now, if we talk about homophobia, racism, those are topics that often are being discussed. And these are topics that are actually not easy by itself, but you have more topics that are not easy. For example, you see here a vaccination. So it's COVID vaccination. But what if the parents tell you, these parents, that they don't want this? And this happens actually a lot. So the text here, it says, our kids are not lab rats. What if you have these students in your class? Or what if one of your colleagues does not want vaccination? Or you yourself? So you could say, well, we should not discriminate. So everyone welcome, vaccinated or not. Well, you could also argue we should be inclusive. So we should include everyone. Also the not vaccinated students, or having vaccinated and non-vaccinated students together. Well, that's a good example of diversity. But by doing so, you might actually exclude students who are vulnerable for health reasons, or who are afraid to be close to someone who is not vaccinated. Now, how to deal with that? Well, I don't know, actually. It's an ongoing discussion. It's a devilish dilemma, and maybe it's rather an ethical one. So being non-discriminatory, being diverse, trying to be inclusive, you get into discussions like this, having these ethical elements, but necessary to discuss, especially from a point of being inclusive. So remember, it asks an active approach, means you have to discuss it. And certainly from human rights point, there are so many elements here. It is one to discuss. So I would like to go back to this photo and then go to a conclusion. This one. So what if, looking at this photo, as I said, very diverse, looks great, but what if some of these students have different opinions? And they will have it, mind you. Everyone has different opinion about a lot of things. Religion. Or what if some of these students have different opinions about ethnicity? Or what if these students have a different opinion, have different opinions about sexual orientation or relations between men and women? Suppose that some of these students use racial slurs or homophobic ones. So what is it you are going to do when you have this in your classroom? And I remember the example, it was quite recent, it went all over Europe, the example of the Santa Claus, gay Santa Claus kissing a guy he would already have been visiting for many years. I think it was from Norwegian Post. Well, for sure, it was shown in your country, in Lithuania as well, and it led to a lot of homophobic responses. But the question is, what is it you are going to do with that as a teacher? Of course, I would expect that any school has a protocol against any form of abuse. So you know what is written there, you know what to do. But is that enough? Well, I think it is not. If you want to be inclusive, it means you have to be more active. In fact, I think it means that a school cannot be a distant actor. It needs to be the one who creates the safe environment for all. And that's a big task still for most schools, not only in Lithuania, in many countries, for sure in my country as well. So I would say the biggest allies schools can wish themselves are actually pedagogues, teachers, pedagogues who have knowledge from human rights, who work closely with human rights educators, and it is something that is happening already more and more, and in many more schools, and I think that's a very good development. Finally, Viva, thank you and your staff for organizing this event, having the courage to discuss a topic like this, and having all these years the courage to take steps forward. And I really hope you will continue to do so. So thank you very much, and really good luck with the conference today and with discussing these topics further. Thank you. Am I still within time? I'm really sorry. I couldn't see time, or I really overstepped.
Ačiū, Ralfai, viskas puiku, tikrai taupot laiką ir dar šiek tiek.
Thank you, Ralph. That was really wonderful. You were just on time, and actually you saved us some more minutes. And I'm really grateful that you presented an overview of those key legal documents, also gave some food for thought about what teachers should do to ensure that diverse and safe environment. And I also want to say that Ralph is our long-term partner, and I counted 10 years already in terms of our cooperation. So greetings from our former students and from our international colleagues who remember your lectures, your training, and in a period of 10 years, you were always discussing challenging topics, very inconvenient topics such as discrimination and racism, abuse-based topics. And these are really relevant for us and quite new for us. So you are a fellow of us, a friend of us, and your experience is really impressive, as well as your training, both for our students and groups of teachers which participated in your training. And we are really grateful for that and wish you good luck. And we are trying to keep in touch with you. Thank you so much, Ralph. But I also have a question for you. Actually, I was listening to you really attentively. Viva, you unmuted yourself. I'm sorry. So thank you for naming an additional aspect which resulted from the pandemic, this discrimination because of vaccination. We feel being discriminated against from several sides. And I want to ask you, as a person who works at schools and for schools, in terms of how to create that safe environment, could you give one piece of advice as to what we can do? Because we have a plan to have all schools inclusive by 2024. So in your opinion, what all of us should do to make our environment that children enter safe? Because when you showed those pictures about what schools look like, I thought that our schools are still really monogamic and really they are not diverse. We have no methodologies for making them diverse. We are really ordinary, conventional. So how should we prepare for being inclusive in terms of education?
Oh, well, thank you first of all for your very kind words. Yes, it is true. I've been for more than a decade visiting Lithuania and also your faculty, and actually that has been a pleasure, and it has been a mutual learning process. And maybe that's part of the answer as well, because I think by inviting my friend and colleague Cor van der Griet so many years ago, and me for the first time, you knew you were going to take a risk, because you knew we were going to discuss these topics that were definitely not very much discussed in those days. And you knew when we were going to show photos from gay people, or forms of racism, that was going to be very, very inconvenient. And sometimes it was. But you also saw, I think I saw that many students actually were very open to this, like really open, very happy to discuss this. And actually, I think that there is too much hesitance and maybe too much fear to start discussions with students, because once you do, you will find that they are reasonable people. They are very open for change, and they are very, very open for diversity. As a school, I did mention, because yes, these are what I showed are legal documents, maybe not legally binding, but legal documents. But as a school, as a faculty, so you started already this process, because it is a process, and 2024 is very close actually. So you have to hurry a bit maybe, and it's not good. So Professor Borg also mentioned, this time element, and I think it's never good to be in a hurry. Better do a process that takes time but is thorough than wanting to tick all the boxes very quickly to reach whatever you need to tick by 24. You have done so. So you need protocols, etc. But most important, I would say that you would need to discuss. And again, you started this process already with teachers. So in the beginning, I showed this game. It's called One Step Forward. At your faculty, we did. It's actually not games. It goes much deeper than that. We did lots of these trainings with teachers, and we always found that I saw some not once, but really much more emotional reactions from teachers when they did some of our games, which were all about inclusion. So we discussed topics like abuse, for example. We discussed topics like alcohol abuse, physical abuse, having no money. And time again, we saw that teachers too were sensitive to this. So this whole process actually for me is to sensitize a school, a institution. So and the way to do it is to, well, you are the example actually, to have human rights educators, pedagogues at the beginning of the year or somewhere in the year, and just do some trainings with your teachers and students. But I would be very happy to discuss it with you and others, like a plan, because you can develop a school plan or faculty plan, how to do this. But again, I know you still have a long way to go for sure. Everyone has to, because this is not something that's already done in Lithuania or anywhere in the EU. But I think you are on the right way, starting with organizing this conference. So I really would like to return the compliments. That's actually what I'm saying.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you so much. And I believe that the main thing in what you said is courage. Be brave, be open, and not be afraid to speak up and to take those little steps forward. I believe that we will really have an opportunity to invite you to work with our students and with our teachers. So thank you one more time and wish you good luck. I hope that I can meet you next year in Vilnius together with our students and teachers. And I want to give the floor to a teacher, Kamal Ahmad. This is a person who I believe has most opportunities to see how our society is changing, what our society is. Kamal, as I said, is a teacher and an educator who's really interested in this topic, who gives lots of training on those issues as well as political ones. And I believe this topic is very relevant for us. And we are becoming more and more open, not only because of open borders, but because of also because of many people of different background come to live to Lithuania. And of course, they differ from us, and maybe that's maybe sometimes unusual for us. Anyway, I'm very happy that you agreed to give a presentation and to share your insights today with us. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vaiva. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And thank you to everyone for this amazing organization. I've been here for 3 years, and my wife was telling me, who's Lithuanian, was telling me that there's no such thing happening in Lithuania, because she left Lithuania like years ago. And I was like more positive about it than her. And then here we go. Every year or every 6 months, there's this kind of initiatives, and I find it wonderful, and it's great to have such discussions. I'm saying that because I'm from France, and these topics are quite topics of inclusion, diversity, and race are quite neglected. They are quite dismissed, especially in relation to education. Diversity. We know the case of the Muslim girls who can't wear their veils, etc., etc. So there's so much discussion around it, so much exclusion in education in France and in many other places. So I'm observing the Lithuanian the Lithuanian society in general. And I have the same questions all the time. I got the same questions. So how do you feel here? Do you feel there's some kind of racism towards you? And all kind of similar questions. And of course there is, because that's how society has been constructed. And that's how patriarchy has been constructed. That's how sexism exists. All of these are interconnected. So yes, it does exist in Lithuania, it does exist in France, but I have to say, I feel so much better here than when I was living in Denmark, for example. When I was living in France or in England, I just found it a bit more peaceful. At least I feel like I can rest and concentrate on what I really like. Because as you know, for people like me and for other minorities, it's a constant struggle, daily struggles about microaggressions and so on. And it does exist as well in education. So what I want to talk about is how to teach for and about social justice. I know it has been touched upon by the first speaker, the professor, and also about by Mr. Ralph Dulon. So it was very interesting to hear from human perspectives and also from an eminent academic before. And I'm very, very aware that social justice is not very trendy in Europe or in Lithuania, let alone in France. But what we can do, I believe, as teachers, is to try to plant some seeds here and there whenever we can. I work now in a school, in a private school, so they give me some kind of space to implement my way of teaching languages, whether French or English. And it feels good because not so many schools give that opportunity, knowing that they have to abide by the curriculum and fit to the crazy idea of corporate education. That's how I call it. So, and yeah, I'm very grateful for that, but I know it's not enough. I know we need to be together, a lot, millions of teachers, of social workers, and so on, to call for just society based on equity, inclusion, and so on. So in this presentation, I'll read a bit and explain what I'm doing. I'll present some of the strategies that I used to teach and that I still teach for and about social justice. So I draw these strategies from my personal experience. I haven't done any academic research on that, but it's from my own experience. So I also come from an educational perspective, but also post-colonial perspective, because my studies were about post-colonialism, ethnicity, and race. So I'm going to try to talk about it in a different way by giving some examples. Yeah. So I'm an educator. I'm a father of two little girls. One is 6 and the other one is 9 months. And I'm also a traveler and an activist. So to present myself as part of my identity, I would say I'm Afropean Muslim, Afropean, like meaning Afro-European Muslim. So that's a new name that some of us give to ourselves to embrace our different identities. So instead of saying Black Muslim or Black European, I define myself as Afropean Muslim, who's navigating in Europe with all these identities, and we know how difficult it is nowadays. Yeah, so that's why I think it's important to state my positionality and what I'm going to say. So I hope that with my little experience will contribute a bit to the discussion about social justice and inclusion. So, and I think we can all agree that there's no such thing as neutral or objective education. So education is political. Historically, it has been so, and it is even more political when you go to the global south in regions like Africa. We have inherited of these colonial educational systems, and it's based on producing labors mostly. Yeah, and we can see the continuity of it in Europe, but you can also see specifically that in poorer areas, how this system of colonial education is implemented in places like Europe, like France, in the banlieues of France. Banlieues are the ghettos or the favelas, as we could name them. So therefore here, I think we need to strive for an education curriculum that is ethical and against any form of oppression. So as I said, as Freire puts it, Paulo Freire, the goal, the final goal of social justice is to foster social consciousness. And we need to be conscious of the society and stand against all forms of oppression, both at institutional and at individual level. So here I'll focus on how oppression is manifested through bullying in school, for example, through ableism, through racism, and human rights violation, as Mr. Dulon has already discussed, but probably I'm going to add a bit more to that. So human rights violation, because in order to work towards social justice, it is essential to understand how oppression operates institutionally and personally in everyday life. So here I'm here as a teacher working in Lithuania, and these daily microaggressions, I live it every day. And I live it on institutional level, at individual level, but it seems like we know how to navigate now. We can. I think many of us have kind of PhDs in navigating in white spaces, for example, because of our own experience, of our experiences. It makes it very. It's sad to say, but that's the reality, because that's our reality as people of color, but also as disabled people or as people from other minority groups. And reformers in education define those so-called reformers in education. I used to live in England, and every time there's a new reform in education. And it's a bit scary because now I think I've read they want to set the grade system from 4 years old. The grade system that is I don't know how to qualify that, but I just find it scary to start grading grade 4 years, 5 years old children. So they want to start with that. So these corporates or reformers education people, they want to prepare for global competitiveness. They want children to compete and to prepare them for higher education or to prepare them for the workforce. In colonial education, for example, the preparation of Africans, of Indians, of Asians who were colonized, it was about preparing them to work either in manufacturers or plantations or whatever. So it had to be useful. So students at that time, and we see it until now, but in another form, they are taken as assets, as commodities to feed the capital, to feed the society, the corporates. And it's indeed what's happening in our schools in Europe. They take, the focus is on mathematics, is on science. And if you are out of that curriculum ideal, then you might be rejected for some reasons because you don't fit to the idea to the design of the society. And we think that it's going to disappear, but it's becoming more and more. But what we also see more and more are this alternative education that I see very much in Lithuania. That's why I'm so thrilled about living here as well, one of the reasons. We see progressive educators trying to create something new. This is something that you don't see in France, not very much. France, it's very centralized as well here, but it's very difficult to create something alternative. So at the same time, while we see this reinforcement of corporate education, we also see movements who claim global justice, ethical education, and that's great. So social justice, I would say, I'm gonna share my screen. I almost forgot to share my screen. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. Okay, social justice, I would say it starts from home. It starts from home. It's not enough, but it starts from home. So this is a picture of me and my little girl, Awena. Awena, it means the most inspiring. It's a Swahili name, which means the most inspiring. And she want to be a painter. I take it as a start of a success of my upbringing, that she want to be a painter, something artistic. I like it. And what I want to say here, why start from home? Because we need to plant the seeds of social justice from early age. When I was 6, around 3 years old, I started noticing this gaze on her. These are curious children or very curious people who didn't see, obviously, at least not often, curly hair or brown kids, but she started to feel quite uncomfortable about it. Yeah. So what to do with that? What to do with that? the tragedy or the what is also difficult. It's we as people of color or from minority groups, we also need to teach about diversity and inclusion to those who are perpetuating it. So it's kind of double double aggression, but we gotta do it anyway for the sake of our students, of our children. So when I was starting to notice the difference, not of treatment really, because she doesn't have yet such she didn't experience such really bad behavior, except that one of the kids, one of her friends, she's afraid of me, and she she calls me Kaka. She says your dad is Kaka. So mentioning my skin color and the fear that she has. So all of this is socialization. It's not because she's a mean girl, but that's how the society has been constructed. But it's a microaggression for Awena or for any child of color. Yeah. So we also have to teach our kids how to navigate through these little tiny microaggressions that pile up at the end. Yeah. So I also try to teach Awena the diversity. Diversity, it has been talked about already. It is a great thing, of course, but it's also about inclusion, as it was said already. So point is to, as a father, is to organize activities where there will be different kids from all races. Okay, so that helps her to navigate to and to feel more comfortable. She also needs to feel there is this kind of identification. She needs to identify with other people that look like her as well. Yeah? And you should, I don't know if some of you might probably have mixed race kids or kids or black kids, or brown kids, but it's very interesting to see them, how they socialize, how when they meet, they socialize straight away. It is kind of magical. It's like they don't need so much, they don't need to say that much. You just realize that, okay, we're in a group with a group of kids, they're gonna connect together. It just also because they're missing diversity. So diversity is important as long as those who are, I mean, the carer or the adults or the parents, they facilitate that diversity. They create a safe space for that diversity, for everyone to feel included. And also to, try to teach Awena how to look at some of the things that are going on in the street. That's sometimes she questioned. She, where that? Come on, change. Okay. Okay. So these kind of things that we see in the street. That's one of the most shocking things that that is it's been there for a long time, but it's been more and more developed, designed. It's things like this one. This is a window where homeless cannot sit, and probably some people don't know why this has been. We see more and more benches like that, like this one's here. It looks nice, but this is a war against homeless people. We don't want homeless to invade the public spaces. And it's everywhere in Europe, in France, in Lithuania, in Netherlands, in Denmark, and there are more and more sophisticated. These kind of benches are more and more sophisticated. Some have shower on it, where some spaces where homeless people hide to sleep. Some have designed a system of showers, so if they go there, then they're gonna be all white. Okay, so that's the kind of society we're creating. So when Awena is asking me about why he doesn't sleep anywhere else, why he sleep there, he doesn't look comfortable, he doesn't seem comfortable, then I have to tell her about the system with kids, with not in these words, of course, but the system that creates that, the system that wants these people to be invisible, that wants to maintain these people in that state of precarity. Right. And that's the kind of interactions kids have every day. And it's up to us parents, teachers, to question that, to also ask the kids, is it fair or it's not fair? In that age, kids have already the sense of fairness, what is fair and what is not fair, what is just and what is not just. And we call it social justice. They call it fair and not fair or unfair. So telling her that this is not fair, it's not enough. But we need to come up with either with a little story or with an explanation that she could or they could understand. So the way we interact with the environment is quite essential. Another example is the traffic lights. The traffic lights here in Lithuania, but also everywhere, we are always shocked, at least where I live, always shocked that it is so fast. And when is asking me why it is so fast, how about the old people who cannot go that fast? How about the disabled people who cannot go that fast? Because the system we live in, it privileges technology, cause everything that is not human. Yeah. So that's also what I try to explain to her with kids' words, but it is quite difficult because we are so used to that kind of system here. And it's also about teaching social justice in school, in the classrooms. Wherever I was, whether in Denmark, where I used to live, or in England, or here, there's such a sexist culture, racist culture, ableist culture, classicist culture in schools. And we can blame the teachers for that. We can blame the parents for that. We can blame the head teacher for that. Blaming them, it won't change anything, as I think it was said already, because it is the system that creates that. We can't ask when we have such a low considerations of teachers, of managers in school, then some teachers will end up bullying as well. The establishment bullies the head teacher. The head teachers might bully the manager. The manager, because of a lot of work, might bully the teachers, the students, and so on and so on and so on. So the school, it's the place where you can see all kinds of oppressions existing in a small scale. In this book, Bully Nations, How the American Establishments Create a Bullying Society, it really describes that. So I'm going to read a bit what written here. So in Bully Nation, the authors here, Derber and Magras, argue that it's imperative to look at bullying from a holistic perspective, and not only through the psychoanalytical analysis of the society. For them, we need to look at bullying as a systematic and structural power, which is very much reflected in the schoolyard. For them, there's a direct similarity between the violence that we witness in the school and the violence that we witness in the institutional level. So it's aggressive, and it is how the society is built. It's an aggressive society. Therefore, we're going to have an aggressive school, an aggressive educational system. So they base these two authors, they base the analysis from Charles Mills, who wrote about the sociological imaginations. So he links private problems with public issues, private problems with public issues. So the personal here is political. The bullying that we are victim of in schools, at workplace, it's from the establishments, from the highest level. So the anti-bullying campaign that schools try to promote or try to do, most of them they don't work because they are not addressing the causes, the root of the issue. Teachers cannot cannot do the job, not everything. The establishment has to stop bullying the nations. They has to stop to bully the institutions, to bully the homeless people, the disabled, and the people of color. And only that maybe we can hope to have peace in the class. So the patriarchal system that we see in a higher level, it is translated as a sexist culture in our classes. I teach teenagers. It is scary to hear the kind of sexist words or expression that they say, and the practices as well that they say. It is scary, and it's not just, and it's not in Lithuania only. I was teaching in England, it was the same. In Denmark, it was the same. So it's a global problem. It's a global structure of power that keeps people dehumanized and take their dignity away. The same for racism. Racism in the schoolyard. We can just, I mean, there are a lot of studies about that, how the establishment, how the structural powers reinvent the discourse on racism. So race, we all know that we are all human beings. We all know that there's no such thing as race, but there is racism because people are racialized. And race, it's a social construct. It can move from 10 years to, it can change. What I mean, it can change. Today, it's gonna be the Polish people in France, as it was in the 80s, and tomorrow it's gonna be the Portuguese, and the next day it's gonna be the Black or Muslims, etc. So it doesn't have to, it's not necessarily the question of color. It is how the social, political, and the geopolitical system works. Today, with the war on terror, we demonize Muslims. It's because we have interest in doing so. So accordingly to the interest, then the race, racialized body might change, might jump from one to another. The Irish people were racialized, Jewish people were racialized, they were white. So it's not just about a question of color. Yeah. So in both school and the establishment, bullies target people at the bottom of the hierarchy. For example, the Global South, the national poor, the disabled, women, the minorities, the racialized, of course. Yeah? So education, just like the establishment, is also a bullying institution as it does act as an agent of the establishment. They act as an agent of the establishment. It's against their will. It's the pressure. It's the constant struggle to make things better. And we fail as a teachers because we know that's not how it's meant to be. We know that we are not supposed to create a social justice system in education. So we're going to fail because we have powers with us, but we're gonna keep trying. The same with the disability, the same with the disability. So I want to give quickly a historical perspective on disability. Any person in the United States, in the 19th century, 1880, there was something called ugly law, a law that is ugly. legislations, policy that is ugly. But that was kind of a ratification. So these laws were meant for disabled people, for some women who didn't look apparently nice, and of course, racialized bodies, and of course, the poor people, homeless people. So they were not supposed to be in public spaces. And if you can see the connection with the first picture that I showed, it makes sense. It was in the United States, but it was also in Europe. But in Europe, it was not legislated. In the United States, they did, but the practices were the same. We know about human zoos. We know about that it was there in France, in Belgium, human zoos until the 50s in some countries of Europe. So this ugly law that was in the 19th century were meant to make all those people that we see, that we consider as ugly, invisible. They couldn't parade, they couldn't be in the street. So the mutilated, they were seen as disgusting objects or an improper person to be allowed in or on the street or in the highways, in the public spaces. So they had a penalty for that. So if they were caught in the street, they had a penalty. So people were classified as such according to their race and to their gender and disability. And I want to say something quickly about diversity training that I did a couple of times. And I have to say that's kind of the same as the anti-bullying campaign. It doesn't work because diversity training often forgets about safe space. It's okay to have people of color, disabled, more women in public spaces, but as long as you create a safe space. I'm not getting into a place, even if I'm accepted, if I know that the structures of power are not dismantled. If I know that there is still a racist culture. You can't just get rid of a racist culture with 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 trainings. It's a constant training that people need to have. It's about looking at the power structures, at what keeps that culture of patriarchy, of sexism, of racism in order. So I did that. I don't believe the way it is done so much, but I appreciate the efforts of some because we feel so powerless. The power structures are so big that we feel so powerless. So diversity training, it is, I had to do that. I did that in a Lithuanian company because I was a victim of a racist behavior. So I complained, and the management organized diversity training, and I said okay, but as long maybe it's good, but maybe I should do it. And then it was not a proper diversity training because probably I was going to the core of the issue, which was about power structures. So it doesn't really fit to the idea of diversity training as it is promoted in European project. So injustice in the global south, it was also mentioned. I used to train people, volunteers who were coming to Denmark for volunteering, but they had a big training, a long training in Denmark, and then they would go to Africa. And the first thing that one of the most difficult things, it was to raise consciousness that it's not a charity, as it was said as well before. It's not a charity. It's a political act. Poverty, it's political. So any volunteer work, especially this kind of volunteering work that people who go to the global south to have, it's problematic because many of these volunteering practices, they just send people away and they are not aware of, those volunteers are not aware of history, of social injustices. So it turned into a charity. So they're not aware politically of what's going on. So one of the ways we were doing, having this intense training for 6 months a year, was to make them aware of the history. And that's also what I do in class, to make them aware of the history of people, of the history of the nation, but also of the histories of people. Telling stories help people to understand. It brings up not only emotions, but also some intellect. It's not just because you're telling the story that it is good. We need to add also emotions in people's life, and also some realities, some facts and realities. So they were learning that before going there, and that was very intense for them. Some of them couldn't make it, so we refused, for example, to send people to volunteer in Africa or in India, because they kept seeing that as a charity business, and it shouldn't be the case. I know that I'm out of time. How much time I have? I think I'm done, right? Sure. And then another project that I want to tell you, I think I have for 5 minutes. It's a project that I've been doing for about 10 years. It's about we were outraged outraged by what we could hear in every day against Muslim, the Muslim discourse, the Islamophobia in Europe. When we were working with those volunteers, although they were very good people, but they could be very offensive towards Muslims, because it is the narrative, the official narrative. So for them, there was nothing wrong in what they were saying. So we've decided with my partner to come up with a project traveling in Muslim majority countries and back to Europe. We were giving talks about social justice, about human rights in our level of understanding, about art and social justice. So just want to show the video quickly. I know that I don't have more time. Okay. Okay, so I know that I don't have much time, so I'm just concluding. So the idea was to not let one story become the single story, the only narrative. And we were doing workshops and around social justice across Europe. And that, the idea of coming up with personal stories, but also with arts and cultural expressions, it engaged our students to talk themselves about their experiences, about their emotions and so on. Okay. And yeah, I think I don't have time, so I'll stop here. Thank you very much for listening. I had more slides, but yeah, my time is done. Thank you very much.
Ačiū labai Kamalai už
Kamal,
pasidalymą.
thank you very much for sharing. It was very interesting to listen to you, and it was very interesting to listen to another perspective, to listening to your perspective about things that we sometimes might not think about. But we have one question in YouTube channel, and the question is how we should talk about social justice with future teachers so that they understand it, so that it becomes a part of their identity. So do you have any specific methods or how to talk with future teachers? Do you know any recipes of how to talk to them about social justice?
Unfortunately, there's no recipe for that. And there's something interesting about teachers. We all think that we are good people and we are all aware of these kind of issues. And the reality is that we are missing a lot of knowledge about social issues. Maybe that should be in the training for teachers. But yeah, also managers, problem with school, they don't have time. There's no time because we are so much focused on credits and points and stuff. So it's very, very difficult. Talking about it with teachers, it requires great great management skill, being creative, the management platform, higher level, and allow guests. And we know the budget of schools, they can't afford that. So it is very, very, very difficult, seriously. So this is what I do in my level. So we can sometimes organize trainings here and there, but it needs to be more consistent. But because as you could see, and as it was already talked about by the previous speakers, it is so complex, it is so complicated, it is so sophisticated. And that's what some American decolonialist theorists, decolonial theorists call the matrix of power, the coloniality of power. That what we had in the past as a colonial system, it is a continuum of nowadays. It's still existing, and it got more sophisticated. So it's very hard to dismantle all of that, and they are also very much interconnected.
Aišku, ačiū labai iš tikrųjų.
Thank you very much. What you're saying really reflects what Ralph DeLong said, that we should take time, we should find time for reflection, we should find time to stop and think about our actions, what we want to do. And I think that from what I heard from you is that maybe that us as teacher trainers, we have to also educate ourselves a lot. We have to find and identify things that are important to us. And we have to see how our society is changing. We have to see to what our society is transforming. And I really agree with you that we have to listen. We have to listen to our children. They're very open. They are not afraid of talking about such topics, which might seem very complex to us. And we just have to be braver. This is the message that I've been hearing today for several times. So Kamal, thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. And I think you inspired us a lot to be brave, to talk about topics that might seem very distant for us, but actually they are very close to us. Thank you very much. And now I think Lina is going to present our next speaker. Bye, let's talk whether we need a coffee break, because the agenda says that we should have a coffee break. Yeah, so maybe let's do a coffee break. So a 15-minute break, and a 11:45 we're coming back, and we will have more presentations.
Tai prateskime mūsų konferenciją, tikiuosi, kad
Let's
visi.
continue our conference. I hope everybody has has had a nice cup of coffee, and now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Vilana Pilinkaitė Sotirovic, who represents the Lithuanian Social Science Center and Equal Opportunities Development Center. She's going to talk about gender stereotypes in schools. So Vilana, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. And now we will move to a very local context, the Lithuanian context. I will talk about gender stereotypes at schools, and I will talk about the surveys that we carried out in 2020, 2021, which took place in 3 municipalities, Alytus, Ukmergė, and Jonava. We organized these reviews within the project of Bridge project, which is the goal of which is to strengthen local communities to effectively fight discrimination. What was the idea of this project? What did we want to achieve? What were our goals? One of the fields of this project is school, and one of the goals of the project is to work preventively in the field of violence, so that we have less violence in schools. So we have to work with the attitudes in a preventive way. We know that gender stereotypes have a great influence on how people position themselves, how people identify themselves as they grow. And gender stereotypes have a lot of influence on the people's expectations, on social roles of genders, and on the dynamics of power in family and, let's say, in relationship between people. So we needed to know the context. So when we come to a school and when we want to work with teachers, with students, our plan, our goal was to identify the tools that we can offer, and we wanted to identify how students and teachers reflect on gender-based violence and what stereotypes are predominant. So in order to analyze this context, we had to develop tools. We have to develop tools so that we can change these attitudes. And the review was done in 2021, 22. In 2020, 2021. So the time was the January of 2020 and also the June of 2021. The goal of these surveys was to measure the attitudes of students and children about the gender norms, social roles, violence, and to see the change of the attitude. So our respondents were gymnasium students in 9 gymnasiums in 3 municipalities. And we actually managed to cover this scope. Of course, the pandemic has presented some obstacles because while during the first survey in January of 2021, the pandemic was not there, so we could actually physically visit schools and to work with and to contact social teachers and IT teachers to ask them so that children could fill in the questionnaire during the IT classes. It was an e-survey, an e-questionnaire, and so we talked with IT teachers and they agreed to allocate the time during the IT class so that the children can fill in the questionnaires. In 2021, June, we couldn't visit students physically, so everything was done online, and it really had an influence because the inclusion, well, sort of the engagement of children was a bit less, and we can see that in the first survey we managed to circulate this survey to 457 children, and in the second survey the scope was only 394 children. In the first survey and in the second survey, we had more girls that were involved in the survey, and actually there were fewer girls in the second survey than in the first survey. When it comes to boys, they were not that active in the survey, and especially in the second survey, there were way fewer teachers, way fewer boys in the second survey. And when it comes to teachers, again, in the second survey, we had fewer teachers responding to the survey. So the gender aspect actually it has the influence on how children reflect on gender stereotypes, and where we saw the changes. I will talk about the changes that we identified. So as I've mentioned, we covered 3 municipalities, 9 schools, 9 gymnasiums, and 5 major topics in the survey were related to gender-related attitudes, social roles, behavior related to men and women, in interpersonal relationships, and attitude to violence. We use these topics based on research. We looked at gender scales when various surveys are carried out, and we use mostly Pulse and Baker questionnaires that are adapted also in the United Nations programs, and they cover a very broad range of topics, and they have been validated in other research, and they allow us to identify certain trends. Of course, there are certain limitations. We understand that the scope was 457 children in the first survey and 394 children in the second survey. It's not a representative survey, but we could actually spot some trends, and in our context, they reflect in the context of representative surveys, they reflect the trends that we see in the representative surveys. We can see that the gender attitudes are very patriarchic, especially related to the aspects of violence, the aspects of blaming. They really are reflected in the survey. I will talk about that in more detail when I discuss all these topics that we covered in the survey in more detail. So the results. Of course, there were more questions that I'm showing. I'm just including in this presentation the main questions. But this survey is publicly available, and later on I will be able to share the link to this survey. This survey will also be published on the website of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson's Office. So the first topic was stereotype attitudes, and we provided certain statements to children. First of all, we talked about toys, because we know that gender is constructed from childhood, and toys, colors, stories, they have a huge influence on how girls and boys acquire certain perception of gender. Let's say perception of what is appropriate to a boy, what is appropriate to a girl, what gender roles men and women have, and also the perception of power between the genders. So asking questions about toys, we can see that, for example, the first question, the first statement actually is that cars is a proper toy for girls. So we can see that teachers agree rather than disagree. In case of teachers, 95% were women. So we cannot make a comparison between, male and female among teachers, but among students, we actually did this comparison when we noticed that girls who were answering this question, they were mostly 16, 17-year-old students. Girls would agree with the statement that that cars are suitable toys for girls, whereas boys would doubt this statement. They really doubt. They doubt this statement, and only 50 boys would agree with this statement, and they were in general, they would disagree or they would doubt the statement that cars are suitable toys for girls. Now, when we talk about dolls, for example, the statement is doll is a suitable toy for boys. We can see here a big diversification of answers. And if we compare these graphs for girls, let's say the boyish toys are more normal, whereas on the other hand, the girlish toys are, well, not that suitable for boys. It's not accepted as much as, let's say, boyish girls are accepted to girls. And we can see that in the answers, almost 50% of students who filled in the survey in 2020 agreed that dolls are suitable toys for boys. And in 2021, we see a big jump here in answers, and I think it can be explained because in 2021, in the questionnaire, we had more girls as the respondents, and their attitudes are more open, and they would agree with this statement more than boys. Speaking of boys, only 30% of boys would agree with the statement that dolls are suitable toys for boys. So we see this diversification of attitudes between boys and girls when we speak about toys. Toy seems to be a very neutral object, but we see how much they influence the attitudes from the early childhood. And it's interesting to see that the attitudes of teachers are rather stereotyped, I would say. Only half of teachers would agree with the statement, and the other half is really diversified. A lot of teachers would disagree with the statement, but quite a big share of teachers doubt the statement. It means that they don't have a very clear position on this statement, and it might be the case that they still have doubts. And they have doubts whether this distinction between boyish and girlish toys is appropriate, and it shows that certain aspects of work with teachers should be encouraged.
It was also interesting to see and to ask the questions about appearance. The questions were designed for girls and for boys as well. And we can notice some changes in that. We can see that girls care about appearance more than boys do. And again, we have those results on account of the girls because they treat appearance and are more sensitive about that. So they question stereotypes more often. So we can see that this change is more prominent. In case of boys, in case of their attitudes and their answers as to whether girls take care of appearance more than boys do, we can see that about 50% of boys do think that the girls should take care about their appearance. Meanwhile, when it comes to boys' appearance, whether they should take care of that or not, I would say that the attitude of the girls is also more critical. It doesn't give some bonuses to boys, and they rather disagree with that statement. But the boys also rather disagree with the statement that boys should be muscular. So we can see that great change in terms of the boys' appearance. When it comes to leadership and emotional expressions, we wanted to see how it is reflected by students and by teachers in terms of stereotypes. If boys are better leaders than the girls, and we can see that the teachers rather disagree with this statement. Especially, I want to note that girls tend to disagree with this statement. It's about 70% of girls who said that boys were not better leaders than girls. And the boys tend to agree with the statements, and the percentage disagreeing with the statement is lower. So it shows that in the attitude of boys, the gender is not critically assessed in terms of this particular statement. There was also a question whether girls tend to substantiate their assessments on logical arguments, and both students and teachers said answered almost the same, and the percentage is almost equal. So they tend to think that women, when making decisions, tend to substantiate their decisions on emotions, and it's about 30%, not more than 30%, have no distinct opinion or clear opinion on that. And this shows that there's a possibility to do something, and schools should change the gender-based stereotypes and about the power of women and men and the ratio of the power both in society and in families. The second topic concerned the gender standards and statements reflecting gender standards, also societal roles, especially in families, because we do know that gender equality index of the US, also of the European Union, also shows that in the field of families, Lithuania significantly lags behind the average of the European Union. When time between women and men is distributed in terms of domestic routine, of child care, and so on, there's a really huge distinction between how much time women devote to that and how much time men do. So in terms of this gap, we wanted to see how students reflect on that when it comes to societal roles, to gender roles in families and society. So we asked whether women thought it was more important to be a good spouse rather and mom rather than to become a professional. So we can see the division between teachers and students. Students rather disagree with the statement than agree. And the percentage of students who agree with the statement is lower than that of the teachers. A lot of students also do not have a very clear attitude about that. They neither agree nor disagree. And the percentage is quite high. It's about 1/3. But basically, we can see the trend that in 2021, the disagreement percentage also changed. So maybe because of higher number of female respondents, because boys tend to think that women should be good spouses and moms rather than professionals in their career. So when it comes to domestic routine, childcare, feeding, and so on, they tend to think that it's the responsibility of women, and boys think that they should be providers for families. It's a really stereotyped statement, and we can see a higher diversity in answers in this particular case. Both students and teachers, especially in the first survey, it's about 30% or 1/3, rather agreed than disagreed in terms of the division of gender roles between women and men. Whereas in the second survey, this attitude slightly changed. We can see the trend, it's really visible because this attitude and the measures that were applied in those in that period of a year and a half really impacted this field, and the percentage increased among women and slightly among men, among those respondents of the second survey. The statement whether the father should have more authority than mother in a family also showed that percentage of those who disagree increased in 2021, both among students and teachers. So this indicator is almost the same in 2020 and 2021, but still there's 1/4 of respondents who have no clear position about that. And it also encourages to think that there's a niche for activities or for methods to be employed, or maybe for training designed for teachers. Because when we speak of gender stereotypes, we can see how they impact our perceptions and then how we apply those perceptions in different environments, including schools. The third topic that we covered was the behavior standards attributed to stereotyped genders. There was one statement about whether girls should look sexy, and actually in the first survey we can see that almost 1/3 of students thought that they should. So they agreed with this statement. They thought that girls should look sexy and that being looking sexy was an important criterion to be popular, let's say, or interesting, or something like that when it comes to their perception. But the reflection on these statements also demonstrated that the the fact how we understand being sexy also is transposed on the children. So we can see the change in 2021, and this change is quite significant. It shows the change in the attitude among girls. In 2020, they tended to disagree with this statement. More girls said that girls should look sexy. And in 2021, more girls said that they disagreed with this statement and didn't think that girls should look sexy. When it comes to harassment, to harassive behavior, again, there was a statement whether the boys' behavior when they lift their skirts and so on is just showing attention. So in 2020, about 40% of students thought that it was just showing attention, and they agreed with this statement. About 1/4 of the students didn't have a very clear position about that, and only 20% disagreed. And in 2021, we already see that the results are different, and students tended to disagree with these statements rather than agree. Although about 1/3 of students who agree with this statement, which is really of a harassive nature, and the fact that they don't recognize harassment and this kind of a behavior really shows that this perception is really common when people tend to think that it's just showing attention. When people harass other people, they think that it's only showing attention when it comes to gender equality. And the fact that people do not recognize the harassive behavior is a great signal to teachers and educators and parents and society that this topic should be discussed more widely so that we recognize this type of behavior and we refuse and stop that kind of behavior, because harassive behavior always leads to consequences. It can result in sexual harassment and bullying related to that, and the impact or negative impact is made both kind of behavior is ignored. The fourth topic concerned the relationships between genders. So we try to see what was the dynamic or shifts between the powers and how the students and teachers agreed to include power in their relationships, how they treated it, whether they saw it as hierarchical. So there were different statements provided related to power ratio, and one of the statements was whether it was normal to check boyfriend's phone or girlfriend's phone without asking first. And we can see that no students or teachers tolerate that kind of behavior, because students and teachers show very low tolerance for that kind of behavior. They disagree with these statements. They disagree with this type of behavior. In terms of girls and boys, again, their answers also show that the level of their tolerance is almost the same, but still there are some uh, there is some space for improvement, because we don't have the indicator of 95%. We can only see that the average is about 74, 75% of the ones who disagree with the statements. So there's space for improvement, because that kind of behavior should have zero tolerance. One more statement was related to these statements. If I'm jealous about my girlfriend or boyfriend, it means that I care about her or him very much. So we try to see how people see jealousy. And it should be noted that teachers tend to disagree with these statements more than agree. And still, they do not think that the manifestation of jealousy is some kind of attention or showing attention. And this is some kind of behavior which should be tolerated. It's only the demonstration of power and dynamics of power. On the other hand, again, when we speak of jealousy, it's based on scientific research, and a lot of experts specializing in the field of domestic violence say that jealousy is one of the forms of domestic violence, and they encourage to apply different methods for violence prevention. And this element also shows that people who agree with these statements take care of other people, but really jealousy is only manifestation of control and power and violence. Still, the results show that students really romanticize this kind of behavior, because they uh, see the headlines, they read articles or see the films, and we can see that in 2020, as many as 49% thought that the statement was true. The trend slightly decreased in 2021, but still it's 39%, and there's some reason for concern. And there's a lot of to do in this particular field. A lot of intense activities must be carried out, because people really and students do not really understand it. They romanticize this kind of behavior, and this manifestation is really common.
And the last topic that we analyzed was the attitude to gender-based violence, and we had a lot of statements here in this part of the survey uh, related to physical violence and one of also emotional, psychological violence. So one of the statements was, "It is normal to shout at your girlfriend if you are if you're angry, if you feel jealousy, or if she's not behaving the way you want to." So, it, and in the second case, it's normal to shout at your boyfriend if you're angry, or feel jealous, or if he's behaving not the way you expect. So, disagreement with the statement is quite large, especially among teachers. Students, well, they would tolerate that more, that, well, we should not be violent against girls so much, but you can shout at boys more, let's say. So we can see some nuances here, and that also gives us some thoughts about how to work with children and how to explain them to them that any form of emotional, physical violence should be forbidden in relationship. And the last statement was related to blaming of victims, and we wrote this statement: sometimes girls provoke harassment themselves with the way they look or the way they behave. And we can see that in 2020 there were a lot of students who would agree with the statement. In 2021, this figure was almost 1/3 of students, but it's very high. But it's no surprise because this trend in society is almost the same. 1/3 of society thinks that the victims provoke violence against themselves, themselves. So we can see the reflection of society attitudes among the responses of students, and we have a lot of work ahead of us with attitudes of society as well as with attitudes of children. As one of the speakers today said, one of the easiest ways is to blame the victim. Uh, so it's the easiest way, to blame someone who has the least power, and we feel that we're not responsible about what's happening in school and society. So gender stereotypes actually they prove that uh, when working consistently and systematically, we can see the changes. However, but we cannot expect, well, we cannot expect that the work will be, should be fragmented. Let's say to do a seminar here, a seminar there, we saw some changes and we're happy. And we're happy that it's effective. But if we do not continue work, if we do not continue doing anything about it, nothing will change. It has to be systematic, constant work to achieve changes. To achieve changes so that society does not accept gender-related stereotypes. So to see the situation where we see different attitudes towards gender roles. Another aspect that I wanted to emphasize when speaking about gender stereotypes and when it comes to work with students to change their attitudes is that we have to think very carefully about how we can affect children, because we can see from their attitudes is that girls reflect on gender stereotypes in a more critical way. They are more open to changes, whereas boys, they tend to stick to more stereotypical attitudes, and they tend to support these stereotypes. So the measures that that we use in this project, they do not take into account the fact that they are not universal. They have to be adapted to each situation. Let's say we need a certain type of measures with girls, and we need different measures with boys, to work with boys. And we need to include boys into this field of changing stereotypes, and we need a different approach to working with boys. And I think it's going to be also a task to teachers when speaking about gender stereotypes and when speaking about the changes. So we have to look for different approaches when working with girls and boys. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I managed the time okay. So if you have any questions, I will answer them. Velana, thank you very much. Almost, almost on time. We have one question on YouTube channel. You talked about that question partially. Why boys have more stereotypes? It's a very broad question, and we don't have a lot of time. We don't have time for a very broad answer because we would probably need a separate presentation. But maybe you could comment on that, or maybe you could share some links to other sources which analyze the reasons why we have such an equal distribution between boys and girls in terms of their attitudes to stereotypes. So thank you very much, and we will now give the floor to our next speaker. Yes, Vilana, thank you very much. I think we now very smoothly arrived to the last presentation of the morning panel, which will be delivered by the Sustainability and Social Responsibility Coordinator of University of Applied Sciences, our fellow, Dr. Giedrė Brazauskaitė. Our institution cares about the questions that are topical to our society, and we always try to move forward. And Giedrė today will try to provide a summarizing view of how all these issues are dealt with in the University of Applied Sciences. Hello. I prepared my presentation in English, and to have the participants from abroad, so I will continue my presentation in English.
I've chosen to speak in English. So today my topic is sustainability and social responsibility of Vilnius Kolegija. And I'll try to focus on assessing the possibilities to reduce social inclusion. Now, I'm a bit of a philosophical person, and why I choose the term social inclusion instead of your term, social inclusion. You see, when you give a question, who are socially included, right? We can start putting fingers, right? This. But this question doesn't lead like strategically. When we give another question, who are socially excluded, we really have to think deeply. It's no secret that the discourse of social inclusion today has many trends. Some of them are really well funded, covered by media like priorities, right? Many issues are excluded. That's why when we talk about social responsibility for real, it's the social exclusion dynamics which have to be taken into account. And today I will try to cover our institutional approach by the social exclusion perspective, like we as an institution, what we can do by seeing the realities of social exclusion. Now, shortly to start, I will start shortly about what is the social responsibility within our institution, Vilnius Kolegija. And it actually took a very strong course on sustainability and social responsibility. The key points is that the new strategy for the upcoming 5 years are based on exclusively on sustainability and social responsibility. And this course puts a very high trajectory for the future. Also, our educational institution is a member of United Nations Global Compact, as you might know. This is the organization that unites socially responsible organizations. social responsibility is supervised by research department, and that's exactly where I come from. And it coordinates all the activities across 7 faculties. And each faculty, in addition, has its own sustainability and social responsibility working group. And they develop their own thematic policies based on their domain specificity and thematic approach of their own faculty. So our social responsibility approaches are both. One is like trans faculty, like more centralized version, which we share all of us. And then each faculty has their trajectories of social responsibility within their domain. So today I will show you some of the domains which we have, which are closely related to social exclusion and social inclusion, right? So enhancing social inclusion, definitely as such, this paradigm is supervised by the host of this conference, the Faculty of Pedagogy. And Vilnius Kolegija, in terms of social responsibility, are really doing a lot. And you've been, like you as a faculty, have been known for leaders for quite a long time in this sphere. And there are many, many issues which the faculty addresses, which are not limited to the most, let's say, publicly popular discourses. For example, they advance the public dialogue on the socially relevant issues. For example, parenthood under incarceration. Like when we talk about the social inclusion today, there are different groups, many small groups where higher education institutions can play a role, either in awareness raising or in directly offering implementation tools. Another very important category where we show our social responsibility is continually improving competences. For example, again, the host faculty of this conference works a lot with educational competences for educating people with specific needs. And also I'm very proud that this faculty has a very unique study program, which is not so cost effective, but it's really a flagship study program in Lithuania in terms of social responsibility. It's like cherishing Lithuanian sign language. So again, it's a very, very important trajectory where the host faculty of this conference advances forward. So we do have social inclusion as such. It's supervised by the Faculty of Pedagogy, and it encompasses in their work really many, many different aspects, usually neglected by the society. We also have many social initiatives for those who we could claim are socially excluded. We collaborate with organizations where social inclusion matters. We help to step in for those who feel forgotten, and we enhance motivation for those in need. And I'm very proud that within our organization, we can see different initiatives really addressing the needs of different groups, whether it's elderly care homes, right, where our students have their practice experiences, or we have some visitations, or we make some specific seminars or events for people, for example, for suffering from or overcoming substance abuse. It's really, I feel proud seeing that each faculty has their really coherent approach, and there are different initiatives based on social exclusion dynamics. Now, as we talk about Vilnius Kolegija as such as an educational institution, so we as an organization, we can tackle the issue of social exclusion only, not only, but by the means of education, by providing education. Let's say, if from our organizational perspective. Today, we are aware that many people do not have possibilities or access to studies if we talk about the traditional physical approach. Some people cannot afford them to travel to the cities, right? For example, we can say people living in countryside or in other countries, they emigrated. For example, people working, and if you don't provide flexible working hours, so you cannot study in advance and better your life. For example, moms raising children, right, who prefer to stay home or whatever the conditions, or dads raising children as well, right? Like parenthood issues. There are different situations where learning, where higher education is not possible just due to flexibility issues. So our prime objective is advancing flexible online studies adjusted to different needs. It sounds quite nice, but in implementation, it's not an easy task, and we are just on its way. Because flexible online studies is not only that you have to create system to study online, but also you have to create some flexibility, like personal individual paths, right? You have to have system if the person studied somewhere to qualify the credits into the new system. You have to offer even not maybe degree qualification, but something in tradition like additional qualifications, like our institution has different qualifications like making tour guides, right? And other, like where the students gain the qualification and they can advance their career immediately. So this flexible online studies and its modes will be the future challenge. And the flexibility will predetermine how many socially excluded groups we will reach. And socially excluded groups are numerous. Now, I'm very proud that our students are interested in that trajectory as well. We can see a very huge research project made by our student research community, where they investigated combining studies with employment, a case of University of Applied Sciences, which provided really direct guidelines how to improve that, like how to be flexible, what are the reality challenges, how we can really better the system and what aspects should be taken in consideration. So there were different proposals given to the faculty administration. Another very important thing is motivation. We have to do many things to motivate to continue education, because it's about lifelong learning. So people who are unemployed or people who are unqualified or maybe qualified but unemployed have to be persuaded, motivated to change their qualifications. So again, we have to have opportunities to offer them some desirable solutions in education, some options for qualification, for degree studies, and to persuade them that there are possibilities, flexible possibilities to study online and so on. So this really then let us approach very vulnerable groups. And so reducing social inclusion and advancing lifelong learning is a priority of our social responsibility. It's where exactly we see the change of the world, where we see how we as an educational institution can really help socially excluded people. And further on, in my further slides, I will show you how everything is interconnected with that approach. First of all, one of the key trajectories we call in our reports, enhancing educated society, including and motivating future student generations. We are very aware that education doesn't start in higher education institutions, right? We have to work with younger generations for them to understand the purpose, the meaning, and the advantages of education. In Lithuania, recently, according to official reports, the highest unemployment are among the youth. We have also another very, I would say even dangerous trend then more young people remain uneducated, because many of them choose to emigrate to other countries. They work unqualified jobs, and afterwards they don't seek education. In the end, we have many people who stay just uneducated. So this is an uprising trend, and this trend is really of notice. So that's why maybe to stop even this emigrational dynamics, right, to motivate our future students, like students at secondary schools, to study, we have to take a proactive approach to engage them. Let's say that maybe the word would be to seduce them, to motivate them, right, to study and seek qualifications. For example, the first example which I'm giving here, all these examples are from our university, and the photos are authentic. We, like the faculty of pedagogy, they work with advanced entrepreneurship at early age. It's just a project oriented at schools, that the entrepreneurial skills should be cherished already at school. We start putting the ideas already from at the school, so that further, when the students come to study maybe business or some other fields, they already have some entrepreneurial understanding and maybe even drive. Another thing which also the host faculty is dealing with is motivating the socially vulnerable to seek education. That's even far more important, right? Because we have vulnerable groups who usually abstain from education, from higher education, and the motivation, different initiatives, different centers working in this persuasion, motivation to continue education with young children. They really play a very high important. For example, there is Youth Center Help to Adapt. It works with Roms and works with another immigrant children, and really helps them to adapt and pursue higher education further on, both the school, secondary school, and higher education. And the last, what you see is also, we have a very nice tradition. We motivate secondary school students to come to our faculties and engage them and make them interested in new professions. So this activity is really very important activity of social responsibility, because you know that higher education and what they choose, what studies they choose, often are predetermined by fashionable trends. Like recently, many students wanted to study public relations and different fashionable things. So the real financial stability and really like lifelong learning qualifications, let's say, come from very specific qualifications. And here at the Faculty of Agrotechnologies, they try to interest students to study chemistry and agrotechnology and so on. So this is as well like this orientation of students into very defined and very promising qualifications is really very important, because that will support their future livelihood. Another thing, social exclusion is very, very often related with the financial instability, right? With poverty, financial instability, what creates the biggest social problems. So that's why innovative entrepreneurship, creativity, and sustainable innovations, they really do play a key role. If we teach, because you know, innovative entrepreneurship, if we persuade students to become entrepreneurs, we're changing the economy. And by changing the economy, it means that they employ themselves. We have less unemployment, then they employ others, they reduce unemployment. And they also pay taxes, right? And they advance our economy. So to learn to be self-employed is a very key skill for the future. Before, there were different visions of this entrepreneurship. It was like to start building a huge business, become something huge. Like the business was a bit of challenging as a paradigm. Like now, the paradigm is a bit changing. It's just an honor honor to be self-employed, and small business is beautiful. Like, you can be a specialist who is self-employed as a business. The paradigm is changing. Nevertheless, we have to promote it in students, that, and even the idea that if you don't find a job you want, maybe consider self-employment by entrepreneurial possibilities, right? So this is, again, very, very important aspect of social responsibility. To advance that innovative entrepreneurship, we definitely have to have creativity and innovations, because without learning how to think creatively, it's really hard to establish some new business, develop some ideas of value, be an innovator. And I personally, one of my specializations right now is creativity and sustainable innovations. And I see such a trend, which I'm not very happy about it, because usually they say that creativity, not just be creative here on the spot. It's not like that. Creativity is a synergy with the newest information, newest knowledge. So in order to be creative as such and to be of value at a certain time, you have to create something really new and of value. It means you have to synergize with the new information, new knowledge, find those unique connections that create added value. So it looks kind of easy, and it's not easy yet. Once those competencies are gained, really the innovative entrepreneurship possibilities are high. So across different faculties, we have many initiatives regarding that, of social entrepreneurships. We did how they should solve social problems. We have at the Faculty of Business Management the creativity platform by expert Christian Birge. It's an international expert who has developed the creativity platform, and our teachers were trained to promote creative thinking in students. It's all the techniques are involved. And we also have like applied creativity already in action when our students, they get engaged and they create innovative, creative solutions to the real world problems. So this approach is also very important in reducing social exclusion, especially when we deal, if we take the sustainability goals, with poverty, with vulnerability, financial vulnerability of the future, right? If our students do not manage to find the jobs of the dreams, we need to have the skills to create them, to invent them. Another key trend recently we've been discussing a lot, it was collaboration with Lithuanian immigrants and diaspora. Lithuania has many waves of immigration. The United States and Latin world, it's basically the wartime period, but what we see in Europe, it's recent, it's called third wave immigration. And the numbers are really high. And we see as a social responsibility to work with the Lithuanian immigrants and to offer them educational opportunities. As I mentioned to you before, one of the biggest challenges for us is that our youth, after their secondary school, some choose to go travel abroad to work, and they think that they will seek their careers later in the future, but they end up not gaining any qualification and becoming an unqualified force. So this is a very important issue to address, because if we serve as a flexible online study platform, we may motivate many immigrants to study and gain qualifications. That's how they can do their vision of their career, right? Travel, work, but at the same time, they gain qualifications, and that's really very important. Furthermore, we have some people returning back to Lithuania or who just go and plans to return. So this also gives an opportunity to persuade them to give qualification, and once they come, they are already qualified. So the new trend, which was actually very, very stipulated by the COVID, that we all went online and all the meetings, conferences, everything took place online, now really has a very huge impact and possibilities for that. Now, other key trajectories for reducing social exclusion, I just put them in all slide, but definitely we have, those are the priorities of our social responsibility for all faculties, is advancing sustainable education and sustainability competences. So it's no doubt that if we don't have sustainability competences, there's no way forward. It's the key to understand us as educators, how to develop further on, how to operationalize very concrete objectives and how to turn them into reality. Another very important thing is social partnership for advancing social inclusion in higher education. Definitely those who are socially excluded tend, not all, but tend to have their own organizations, their own representations, associations. So working with those associations who fight for their social inclusion or social exclusion is also a key for that. The more organization we collaborate with, so the better impact we will have. So again, this social partnership, which is targeted at social inclusion or social exclusion reduction, is a key. And definitely the third is advancing digitalizations and e-innovations. So the more we become attractive, innovative, let's say very streamlined in our online studies, being interesting with different interactive methods, innovations, and so on. So probably we will persuade more students to step on our educational platform and gain qualifications. And now to end, I all the time say that inspiring leadership in action is that what drives us forward. And if we lead by example, if we find some things inspiring, that's actually what changes the world. It's inspiration. I don't know what is your experience, but in my experience, you can put different information for students how the world's supposed to be. Even for 20 years, I've been lecturing on sustainable development and so on. And you can lecture them about this climate change and this. They don't take it so deeply unless the story is very inspirational. Inspiration is what drives us forward. So I will share you just some examples which were really very inspiring for me, and I consider that's really inspiring leadership. It's like we have an awards for our student, and she's a disabled student, and she got awards for empowering disability. It's an awards when people, they overcome all stigmas, everything, their disabilities, and they fight for it. So she was fighting for different charities and so on. So this is really like leadership in action, which really overturns the cards. Another example I would like to mention, those, COVID brought real leadership into place. And I want to mention two things which really inspired me, because that was a time of danger. And that was the time when true faces are being showed of courage and real will. So I'm so proud of our Faculty of Innovations, Information Technologies. They managed, when the COVID just started and everyone was scared, they started innovating and 3D printing antiviral shields for doctors. And they engaged not only faculty 3D printers, but personnel. I'm talking about the first weeks of COVID. I mean, like when we were really, everyone very scared. And this action, how they did that professionally, how it went for the doctors, it's really an amazing job of leadership and not being to be at the front line. Another thing I'm so proud about our university is that we had so many students from the healthcare faculty who stepped into hospitals and worked directly with the COVID patients. At that time, remember, the measures were very few. Everyone was very afraid. The media was screaming, but they did step in. other students work in the hotline, and so on. So we have really many good examples. We have really good examples of leadership, of social inclusion, but I think we're quite good in managing social inclusion solutions. And that's actually our future trajectory. That's where we're going. And I think that with every year, we will get more and more inspiring stories to tell. And let's maybe sometimes ask not about the social inclusion so much, but really in every action, who are socially excluded. And that's where the world changes. So thank you very much. Your questions are welcome.
Ačiū labai gerbiama Giedrė, iš tikrųjų toks
Thank you, Giedrė, so much. You demonstrated a very wide approach to what we do. And sometimes it seems that we are kind of large and distant from each other, but you showed us that we together can do really a lot in this modern world. And you also confirmed the ideas expressed by our colleagues, your last words, that it's very important to do something for all others, whether included or excluded, and we try to involve as many people as possible. So I believe that we carry out really meaningful activities, and thank you for overviewing our activities. I believe that we're one of most advanced higher education schools in Lithuania, and I believe we could set an example for all higher education schools. We believe in what we do, not only us, but also our community, which I believe joined us. I didn't see any questions, but if I do see them, I promise to forward them to you so that you can answer. And now I announce this first session over. It was really informative, really inclusive, and sustainable, as well as smooth. And now we have a lunch break till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and let's meet here at 2 here in the same channel. And I welcome all speakers who will give their presentations in English. Another channel is dedicated to speakers who will give their presentations in Lithuanian, and everything will be streamed on YouTube. If you have no option to do that now, you can do that later on the website of our university. And now have a break, have some rest, and let's meet here at 2 o'clock for our second session. Thank you and bye.
Tai sveikinu visus susirinkusius po pertraukos.
So welcome back after the lunch break. And we will have Rita Orlando, who will begin the session. And she represents the Open Design School, and she's the coordinator of the design school. So Rita, please, the floor is yours.
Everybody, happy to be here with you. So let me introduce to you the project DEUS and why we have proposed this topic. DEUS is a European funded project. It is European Open Design School for Regional Sustainable Development, and it aims to unlock the potential of the cultural and creative sector, especially related to innovation in education. So the aim of the project is to inspire new policies on training and entrepreneurship, create new educational models, and also deliver problem-solving methodology through co-creation, cross-sectoral collaboration, and peer-to-peer learning. The DEUS project has been shaped around the experience of the Open Design School Matera, which is a proper design laboratory that has been set up for the European Capital of Culture in Italy in 2019. So it builds upon the experience of an existing reality that runs since 6 years so far. Oh, okay. So what's the main, let's say, statement of the project? The key point of the project is highlighting creativity and creative skills in order to be more effective, more used to deal with unexpected scenarios. As COVID has demonstrated, the world can really change suddenly in a minute. So the purpose is to get ready and to train ourselves, all the professionals, especially the creative professionals, but in general, to be more responsive, to be more used to respond to diversified and sudden challenges, using all the resources that we have. So we propose to bring creativity and culture into curricula, proposing like disruptive approaches. So going through experimentation, leveraging mistakes, learning by doing, going through a process of trial and error, and also familiarizing with experimentation and mistakes themselves as tools for creativity, engagement, investigation, and especially innovation. So what's the aim? The aim is a school of formation and not of information. Creative workers are in high demand so far. Creativity is becoming very central for the future of many companies that need to be more adaptive. And so we strongly believe that schools and institutions should respond to this shift in competence requirements by changing their educational offer as well. There's really a key point that is related to informal learning. The discussion about the validity of informal learning, of not institutionally sanctioned learning, has been debated for centuries indeed. And Leonardo da Vinci himself referred to himself as an homo senza lettera. So he hadn't attended a university or a specific school, but he had cultivated his creativity, and he was a genius indeed. But it is a demonstration that if people are allowed and are free to use all the resources that they have beyond what they have been training to do at school, they can really contribute to innovate product processes and create new offers for the market. So the future of education should be really centered about creativity, collaboration, and knowledge exchange, especially within different sectors, promoting cross-sector collaboration, bringing together different kinds of professionals that will tackle common challenges. So creating also the conditions for the entire society to contribute. Let's say the over specialization of professionals It's something that we cannot afford anymore. There are a set of transversal skills that are required for everybody, but also for creative professionals, for instance, there are a set of technical skills that are required as well, or at least the understanding of how the other sector of the markets work in order to promote a more effective collaboration among the different sectors. So the aim of the project, as I said before, has been understanding the training needs of the cultural and creative professional. We have focused on this specific sector because the cultural and creative sector is very huge, but also a lot fragmented throughout Europe. But it contributes a lot to the gross domestic products. So it's an industry in itself that is not properly recognized by the other sector of the market. There's a higher demand from the creative professionals themselves to be trained for other set of competencies that they do not feel they have, especially entrepreneurial competencies, but also digital competencies. There's a lot of discussion around all this digital shift that we all need to, to do, but we are not ready to do it. So we have, first of all, of course, investigated the needs of the sector through a need analysis, but also through focus group. And what it came out is that the majority of creative professionals collaborate with other professionals, and so depend on other people's skill set. There's a need of greater collaboration within the CCI sector and also other industrial sector, as mentioned before. There's also a need for facilitated networking opportunity. Peer-to-peer learning is really recognized by the creative professionals as most effective tool for upskilling or reskilling. And also there's a specific need for the industry engagement with education programs. So the educational system and the industrial ecosystem should work together better in order to define educational pathways and train people that are more ready for the market. And there's also a need to overcome the separation between arts, science, and technologies, because the future is also beyond multidisciplinarity, is post-disciplinarity. So like disciplines are no more sufficient indeed to define exactly what a professional is. So in terms of, let's say, trends that people recognize as most effective for their training needs, there's a blending learning, of course, because we all now have access to online resources, and it seems that online resources are pretty valuable, especially for, let's say, senior professionals or workers that can access to extra educational resources whenever they want or when they have time. Learning by doing, again, so experiential learning that involves practical project-based methods of teaching and learning seems to be the most effective, because people are trained to respond to specific challenges. So the theoretical knowledge is really applied to real challenges and to real scenarios. And also co-creation in education is needed. So there's a higher demand from the creative sector to be able to, let's say, to co-design the educational offer and tailor the educational offer to specific needs that are changing constantly. So what we have done in order to respond to this need is to develop really, let's say, a training offer that we have named DeusCom training, with specific references to the European competencies framework. And the training pathway has been designed in order to respond to a specific challenge. So what trainers or what trainees or learners will be able to do by following this kind of pathway is to train themselves while delivering a tangible and concrete project. There's the training can be accessed in different ways. So it can be followed through the support of a mentor, or specific lessons, let's say like that, can be, followed also independently from the other lessons. So people can decide on which kind of competencies to work on. And they might decide to have or not a formal assessment of what they have learned to do. Especially when it comes to creative professionals, the majority of them is not really looking for assessment of their skills, but this is one of the major issues for the sector, because the lack of acknowledgement of all this amount of experiential learning or competencies that people acquire while they work is an obstacle indeed for new career opportunities. So the three European frameworks that have been cited before and are quoted in the training pathway are, of course, Entrecomp, DigComp, and LifeComp. So this means that for each lesson, you have specific references to entrepreneurial competencies or digital competencies or transversal competencies or soft skills, however we want to call them. There's a lesson plan, let's say, to follow that has been developed, designing an overarching challenge. So again, it's challenge-based learning. So there's an overarching challenge that learners might decide to follow to acquire specific competencies and so develop new skills. Oh, sorry, my presentation is not okay. Okay. And based on that, so according to all these researches that we have done within the project, but also during the last 2 years, having the opportunity to participate and get in touch with other groups and organizations that were running researches on new educational models and pathways, especially for the creative sector, we have, DEUS has decided to write, like, let's say, a manifesto that will also contribute to the new Pact for Skills. The Pact for Skills, I don't know if you are aware of that, is a new, let's say, flagship initiative launched by the European Commission. They have invited all the sectors of the market to contribute in defining the new skill gaps and the new competencies need for each sector of the market, including the cultural and creative sector. And what the Commission will try to do is to define this Pact for Skills for each sector, and then try to, combine and put together, promote this cross sector collaboration, which is key to the future. So what you will find on the DEUS manifestos is like the outcomes of all these researches and what, professionals and other organizations have brought to the discussion. So first of all, in terms of educational offer or educational pathways and training, the first sentence is that one size does not fit all anymore. We need tailor-made flexible learning pathways because we recognize that each person is different from the other one. So we really need to tailor the training offer for each specific student or professional or worker or whatever. Individual learning accounts, ensuring that everyone has access to quality training opportunity that are tailored to their needs, whatever and whenever they need. This applies also to workers, not only to young students or to high school students or to university students, but also for workers. There's a need for a continuous upskilling and reskilling, because the market requirements are constantly changing, and we need to make sure that workers and professionals can really respond to the market need. So having access to new educational pathways continuously. These individual learning accounts is also one of the recommendations that the European Commission has brought to the European Council in the latest days. So the Commission will also try to activate these individual learning accounts for all the professionals in the future. The training offer should be tailored to the real need of the market. So the industries and also the workers and the learners, again, should be central to the process, along with educational institutions. So no more barrier. We need to break the silos, again, between education and the industry and the market, and work all together to bring and to promote more innovation also in education. Real life challenge-based learning is really the future, and real challenge-based learning is much more effective when it happens in multidisciplinary teams with a peer-to-peer exchange of knowledge. This has been at the basis and is one of the core principles of the Open Design School. That is the space where I am actually. So it's a methodology that has been tested also in the last centuries. Let's say if we think to the Bauhaus or Taliesin West or other kind of initiatives run all over the world, really multidisciplinarity and peer-to-peer learning are the most effective way for, professionals to upskill and reskill in an informal way. There's a specific need for physical spaces where this multidisciplinary encounter might happen, not just at the theoretical level, but it's very, in the real world. There's also a matter of language. So in which way we communicate our training offer. So define your audience in order to reach your audience. So again, this is very much connected also with the individual learning account. We should really understand who we have in front of us in terms of learners, which kind of needs this learner has, but also which kind of resources learners have that are not properly recognized or have been used over their career or over their training path. There's a major need of public and private partnerships. And we have also realized that we would need, intermediaries that can help bridge the gap between professionals and education and the industries. There's a new kind of professional that I don't know if you are familiar with, that are cultural brokers. So people that really act as mediators and facilitators and put together these kind of two apparently very distant institutions, so the universities and the educational sector, together with the industry, so the productive sector. And again, there's a lot of urgency in experimenting new models or in bringing models that belong to either kind of experiences and bring them into the educational system. If you think, for example, thinking about the creative sector, if we think about summer schools, especially, in the field of architecture, for instance, or design, it's a format that is pretty much developed and used and very effective. So summer school or artistic residencies program, this might be a very effective way to provide training without necessarily calling it training. Many people are scared to think about their need to be trained again, but they would for sure attend to a summer school, participate to a summer school or to an exchange program. So being trained without being aware of that. So that said, I don't know if I was able to condense all the complexity of this discussion into the time that I had. It's much more complicated, and I know that you are really much more expert than me in, I don't know, can you see me?
Taip,
Okay,
matome ir girdime, viskas gerai.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Ar jūs girdite vertimą?
Can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear the interpreter? Can you hear the interpretation? You have to, Rita, you have to switch on the interpretation. Yeah, this is the interpreter speaking. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I have one question. It seems that the biggest challenge of what you have spoken about is this co-creation when the expectations of learners are met, especially when talking about informal education or formal education and standards-based education. What would be your suggestion how to solve this dilemma? Maybe you can share your experience.
This is $1 million question, right? Yeah, I think that okay, the major obstacle to experimentation and innovation in the educational field is really the assessment criteria, you know, and all these standards that you have, you know, to face and do this matching. I think that the first really barrier is the lack of a common European framework, because from one country to the other one, we have some common umbrella. But if you think about mobility of students, if you go from one country to another country, I mean, the system of qualification are not always pretty aligned, so you are not completely sure about programs, etc. And I think that, I mean, in order to be very innovative, we should accept the risk of failures. I mean, the first prerequisite for innovation and experimentation is taking into account that you can fail, but it's part of the game, you know? So before saying, I know that it seems like quite naive to say it, but if you really think that if you could start to experiment with a bunch of students or a group of students, like for an extracurricular activity or something like that, and trying to establish with them a different kind of approach or a methodology, or putting them in the condition to really get the best use possible of their knowledge, not only the knowledge related to your specific subject, but everything, all the knowledge that they have, they will start to feel more confident in the educational system, and they will start to share their knowledge peer-to-peer, also with teachers. This is the major point. So teachers should really be act like peers with their students, being acknowledged as people with major experience, not with more power. So break this kind of hierarchy between teachers and students. And this will lead also students to be more trusting in teachers, because they will acknowledge that in that moment, there's a genuine willingness to exchange knowledge and to support them for their future. It's not more a matter of power. It's a matter of really working together. For instance, here at the Open Design School, we have had also very important guest designers, people that are director of the Design Eindhoven Academy, for instance. So a very, let's say, star system guest. But when he came here in a very informal environment, and he knew from the beginning that it was like that, I can assure you that he was not a star. He was one of the people that was working here together with the other ones. So, but really the first step to do is accept that you will fail in a way or another. But that failure, if you accept it from the beginning, that failure will really help you to bring new things valuable. It's not a lack of time, a waste of time, for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answers. And I believe that human connection and the courage to approach another person and to start talking and have this warm connection with the person would really not prevent from executing all tasks that you were covering. So thank you so much for your presentation. And now I give the floor to Vaiva. So I want to welcome everyone after the lunch break. And I really want to thank Rita for such an interesting presentation. I can see we have some trouble with people who need to be connected. And I can see Maria is not here, so I can see Hassan Karachan is here, and I will ask him to talk about the parents' attitude towards the implementation of inclusive education in Turkey. He is the CEO of the major conference consortiums engaged in conferences, and he is also the lecturer at Cyprus Science University. So the floor is yours, Hassan.
Hello, everybody. Dear Vaiva, is it my turn to present? Yeah.
Okay. Yes, exactly.
I'm very happy and very glad to participate in your conference. I think it is the International Theoretical and Practical Conference in Vilnius College, Lithuania. Thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. I am really appreciated it. The first time I am attending here. And I have been in Lithuania, Vilnius, 3 years ago, and I like it, Vilnius very much. It is really a nice city. And today, can I share screen now? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find.
Everything is okay.
Sorry. Wait a second.
Aš tiesiog, kol gerbiamas daktaras.
I was just sharing, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, is it okay for you?
Perfect. Maybe you can, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, who is Hassan Karaca?
No, sorry, 1 minute. Can you put it in full screen? Thanks.
Sorry. Yes,
Now we see just Runa's presentation, please.
Yes. I think everything is okay now. Okay, I am the CEO of ECLSS Conference Consortiums. For 5 years, we have been organizing conference all around the world. We have got 15 partners from all over the world, and we have got 11 countries partners. And just I am working at the Cyprus Science University in the tourism faculty about 2 years. And today I will present my paper to you. Yes, my subject is about parents' attitudes toward the implementation of inclusive education in Turkey. Okay, what's inclusive education?
Hassan, I'm very sorry, but your slides are not changing, just to let you know.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, inclusive education means welcoming all children. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, but you shared the wrong window. You shared main for the main window. You should share full screen window.
Okay, I think it's okay now.
Not yet, I think.
Okay, inclusive education means welcoming all children without discrimination into regular or general schools by the change of attitude against differential treatment of education differences in people will likely be seen a positive perspective. The history of spatial education is first described followed by an introduction to policies relevant to spatial and inclusive education. Next, a critical discussion of the state of inclusive education follows, built upon the basis of perceived benefits and challenges by teachers involved in implementing inclusive education. This discussion extends further to include broader issues and factors that impact upon the successful implementation of inclusive education, such as teacher education and relationship between general and spatial educators. As Hawk mentioned that the practical state of inclusive education in many countries differs widely between and even within schools. No country has yet succeeded in constructing a school system that lives up to the ideals and intentions of inclusion, as defined by different international organizations. Placement seems to be the most frequent criterion of inclusive education to avoid segregation. The quality of teaching and learning processes in inclusive education has lower priority. What is the research method of this paper? The purpose of this research was to evaluate and compare the implementation of inclusive education in Turkey. The research is descriptive. A random sampling technique was impossible because of the limited time available to conduct the research. For efficiency, the research was planned and conducted as a qualitative case study. The research design was determined as a case study. Case studies are based on how and why question and allow researchers to examine a phenomenon or event that they cannot control in depth. Unlike other types of case studies, there is no aim to reach general conclusions. The main purpose is to explore the situation, person, or phenomenon in its original environment, to describe in its detail, and to interpret. And in the present study, to determine the views of 15 parents on inclusive education and the practices in their institutions. Okay, the research questions are, as following. What is the implementation of inclusive education? What are the parents' attitudes toward the implementation of inclusive education in the schools? What are the best opportunities for the realization of inclusive education in the schools? What is the limitation of the research? The research is limited to the opinions of the parents whose children are studying in special education in the city of Diyarbakir, Turkey, in the 2021-2022 academic year. The research is limited to the questions and answers given to the parents. Data collection. In the research, data were collected through semi-structured interviews. It was decided that the most appropriate data collection technique that could be used to find answers to the determined research questions was the interview technique. Because the interview technique is very effective in obtaining information about the experiences, attitudes, opinions, complaints, feelings, and beliefs of individuals. Interviews were conducted using a single interview form within the scope of this research. There are 10 questions in total in the interview form. From the question forms, a trial interview was made with a parent, and the form was finalized in line with the suggestion obtained, and the application was started. During the data collection process, interviews lasting approximately about 15 or 20 minutes were held with each participator. Yeah. The collection data. Okay, what is the analysis of the data? The collected data were analyzed by descriptive analysis method. In the descriptive analysis technique, the data can be organized according to the themes revealed by the research question, or it can be presented by considering the questions in the interview. In descriptive analysis, direct quotations are frequently used in order to reflect the views of the interviews in a striking way. The data transferred to electronic media were carefully read and caught, and themes were extracted. Okay, there are some similar studies elsewhere in Turkey. Many articles have been published in certain journals about the closed subject of inclusive education. Most of them researched about the teachers' attitudes, the director's attitude, the manager's attitude. But as I realized that there is no any studies on parents' attitudes. That's why in a short time I tried to conclude my research, and I have interviewed with 15 parents, and I tried to present here today. There are two papers. For example, one of them is about teachers' attitudes. The next was written by Kazu and Dennis. They did research on the refugees from Syria concerning inclusive education. They recommended the following. Results of the research reveal that training of the teachers should be based on application within the scope of inclusive training. Multicultural training applications should be expanded. Events towards the students which accelerate the adoption process should be increased. Adaptations should be provided in teaching programs, and attention should be paid to the assignment of experienced teachers in key roles in the education of refugee students. Another paper was written about the traces of multiculturalism in the primary education programs in Turkey within the context of inclusive education. That 63 achievements of multiculturalism have been identified out of 16 courses. By coding, 38 sub-themes were determined: cultural diversity, respect to the differences, and discovery of differences. Considering sub-themes, it was seen there was sensitivity towards theme of recognition of differences. Through encoding sub-themes, three main themes have been produced: recognition of differences, appreciation, and interaction. In order to be inclusive, curricula must be organized in a way that focuses on interaction and has higher learning objectives. Of course, there are some similar studies abroad, and for example, some of them were written in Mexico, some of them were written in South Africa, some of them in Slovakia, Croatia, Slovenia, Hungary, Latvia, Belgium, Italy, in European countries, I mean, and some of them are really published in the high level or high standard journals, and we can pass them. For example, South Africa has adopted an inclusive education policy in order to address barriers to learning in the education system. However, the implementation of this policy is hampered by the lack of skill on the part of teachers, especially their difficulties in differentiating the curriculum to address a wide range of learning needs. Behind the inclusive education policy in South Africa and a brief exposition of an instructional design approach is universal design for learning that addresses a wide range of learning needs in a single classroom. A workshop conducted with teachers and therapists in South Africa is supposed to be a first attempt to introduce UDL in this context. Knowledge of UDL was judged to be appropriate and useful by the course participants in the South African context as a strategy for curriculum differentiation in inclusive classroom. Furthermore, knowledge of the UDL framework facilitates dialogue between teachers and therapists and provides a relatively simple and comprehensive approach for curriculum differentiation. It is therefore concluded that there is potential for this approach that can be expanded through further teacher training. What about the findings of this research? In this section, the findings obtained from the answers given by the parents to the research questions are given. Findings were presented in 6 or 7 main themes in line with the interview question. I have chosen the 7 main question in this, in this research. The answer, the first one related to the definition of inclusive education. The answers given by the parents to the question of what do you understand by inclusive education environments and inclusive schools were expressed as creating environments where disadvantaged students can receive education comfortably and schools that have such educational environments in inclusive schools. The next question is about which are the disadvantaged groups in the definition of inclusive education. According to their answer to the question, students with disabilities, refugee students or immigrant students, students with low socioeconomic status, novelists, children from broken families, and maybe orphan students, delinquent children, victims of violence, children under protection by the state, children employed, and gifted students or intelligent students. The next question is about government policies, and the answer given by the parents to the question, what do you know about the inclusive education policies of the Ministry of National Education, and how do you evaluate these policies? They stated that inclusive education is predominantly in service training. In addition, school principles, inclusion, integration policies, education in 10 cities, majority of the institution principals find these policies beneficial, and they expressed the opinion that the policies should be expanded to include other disadvantaged individuals. The next question is about implementation of the school. For example, the question was, what is the implementation of the school? They answered that pit test, support training rooms, spatial education classes, mainstreaming, social activities, social benefits, courses, psychological counseling support, or physical social support, cooperation, joint work among students, accessibility in physical spaces, and diversity in learning environments. The next question is about the role and responsibilities of the teacher in inclusive education. This question is asked to parents. When the answer given by the parents to the question were examined, they stated that the teacher is at the center of this work. It is the main answer. The main executive is the teacher. The teacher acts as a catalyst, is the person who guides, and that the desired efficiency will be achieved if the teacher believes in this. The next question is about the roles and responsibilities of managers in inclusive education. The answers given by the parents participating in the research to the question of what are the roles and responsibilities of the institution administrators in inclusive education. The answer are support for the teacher, of course, encourage, reward the teacher and motivation, authorize the teacher, coordination, planning, programming, maybe facilitating role of managers, and managers believe have expressed their views. Okay, the last question was the role of the roles and responsibilities of parents in inclusive education. The answers given by the parents participating in the research to these questions, and what are the roles and responsibilities and parents of students in inclusive education. The major answer is informing the parents, support and motivation, helping about homework, programming, facilitating role of parents, and parents believe have expressed their views. I am coming to the conclusion and suggestions now. Although there are similarities in practice in different countries in terms of the qualifications and competence, that parents should have different models are used in structuring and revealing competence. However, one of the most basic competencies that parents should have, it is knowing the child from every angle. Another must have competency is to the school's ability monitor and evaluate learning and development at school. Keeping in mind that evaluation is a part of the education and training process, the whole process should be auditable. When teachers, like parents, are adequately equipped, it will be easier for them to internalize the achievements of a possible in-service training program on inclusive education. Parents and teachers need to be familiar with the field, of course. In addition, during the interviews, the emphasis on flexibility in practice came to the fore. In the in-depth interviews, the importance of including parents who do not internalize discrimination and respect human rights in the program was emphasized. Okay. The next. According to Peel and Mayer, teachers should be supported in terms of methods, materials, and in-service training in order to provide an inclusive education environment in their classroom. In order to create an inclusive education environment, they should motivate parents, support them, inform them about all processes, as well as provide them with the necessary materials and in-service training support. In addition to the duties of institution managers, they should take a facilitating role against the parents by overcoming bureaucratic obstacles. Teachers should give confidence to parents, and at the same time, they should contribute to the spread and development of this understanding by giving them authority when necessary. In line with the findings obtained from the research, the following suggestions can be made. In order for an inclusive education system to be established, students, teachers, parents, school administrators, and other stakeholders need to cooperate. School principals should ensure that parents use their duties effectively by giving them roles and responsibility. Thank you for your great attention and for giving me a chance to present my paper. Thank you very much for Vaiva Yuskiene, my dean. I am really glad to see you. I am very glad to participate your conference. And I want to send my big hello to Rita. Rita, you know her, I think.
Rita, aš nematau. I can't see Rita
I
there.
can't see Rita.
I don't know. But she's hearing freely. I know. Tai ačiū labai.
Thank you very much, Hassan, for your presentation. Can you hear the? Can you hear the interpretation, Hassan?
No.
Can you hear the English? Can you hear the English? Can you hear the English?
So it was really, I don't know, I think I duplicate my.
I just want to say for all people who speak only English, please choose between an appropriate interpretation, because the moderation is being provided in English.
Aš pabandysiu vis tik tada lietuviškai kalbėti.
So I will try now to speak in Lithuanian so that there is no overlapping. So I would like to thank Hassan for his presentation, and from what he said, I understood that we have very similar problems, very similar situations about the inclusion of parents into the activity of schools, about the fact that a school has to be at the center, it has to be very important, and it has to respond to any situation. And I think we still have to learn all together to make all our children feel good at school, so that they are safe at school, emotionally, physically. Thank you very much for sharing your research, and I hope that's not our last meeting, and I hope that we're going to meet in more conferences. Those of you who want,
thank you.
Those of you who want to see the research, we will have a publication in which Hassan will share his insights and experiences. Thank you very much. And now I can see that we have Maria, who has joined us, Maria Quintana from Spain, from La Salle University, and I will give now her the floor to share the experiences and the projects related to education in terms of social inclusion and sustainable development. So Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning now. Thank you very much. I would like to present, to have a presentation. I'm going to share my screen.
Perfect. We'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to present our experience here in La Salle University in Madrid. From a personal point of view to social sustainability, and that it includes, of course, not only environment, but also people. Yeah, I'm working at the Department of Social Work and Social Education. This is my brief description. Important just to say that I have a degree in business, but especially I feel a social educator. Yeah, and I have a lot of experience in international cooperation. For me, that's important because my tool to change or to try to transform our reality is the education, or try to transform our world into more human and sustainable is education. So I would like to have some steps just to speak a little about the reality that we all know. That's why we are here. Then I would like to say something about me, very short. Then I would like to speak a little about a project that is in the University College in Madrid, Campus for All, that is related to inclusion and sustainability. And then to tell you a little about the international perspective of this project. So what's our reality? The reality is that the richest population, that is 1% of population in the world, has got more than twice as much wealth as 6,900 million people. We all know that. Also, currently 1 of 5 students are not in a school, or children are not in a school. Every day, many people dies because they cannot afford medical care, and the 22 richest men in the world have more wealth than all women in Africa. So these are just data. Yeah, we know that we have a big crisis right now, and we need to do things in some other way. That's why we are here. So how to start? What to do with this reality? When I started in this area, we could say in the area of international cooperation, somebody gave me this slogan, we could say, and they told me, if you want to change the world, you should, or you have to start with yourself. And I said, my God, yeah, that's true. That was 25 years ago. And I said, yes, it's true, because it's very easy to speak about the rest of people, but it's difficult to change your own attitudes. And I started by reflecting about my values. At the end, we all have the same values, and these are the same in history and in different cultures. These values are love, people, nature, and some others, health, freedom, traveling. These are my values, yeah, that I'm sharing with you. So what do I do with this? I could act related to these values. So if I am worried about people, for example, I am very conscious when I consume, because as we all know, people, families, persons, I mean, we are a very important tool or a channel in the economy. We are very powerful in our consume, so we can change also the economy or the world through our consume. That's related to food, to clothes, to cosmetics, to technology. So if we just check the level, sometimes we know if human rights are respected or not, and also if it is positive or not for the environment. So that's starting by me. I'm speaking about me. For me, health is important. So I try to eat organic food. Also, nature is very important for me. So I pay attention to my ecological footprint in energy, transport. So little by little in my life, I have been transforming my whole life to be more sustainable. It's also about a community. My tool is education, as I said before. So I try to educate my students with critical thinking, participation, gender equality, solidarity. So these are very important for me. Then some more aspects of my life as a tourism. I try to be responsible when I have tourism or with my free time, also with my money, because there's an option of ethical banking. And of course, at the end, I always decide if I want to buy something new or not. For example, with my phone number, do I need to change my phone number every 6 months? No, I don't. So I say no when a company calls me to change my phone number, whatever, because that's affecting to people and to the environment. And of course, I'm not perfect. I am imperfect, but I believe that many people, small people in many places, we can do a big change in the world. That's why I educate my students to do that. But I have a question here for you, important. Are you willing to sacrifice your money, time, or comfort in favor of a more sustainable and fair world? Because at the end, in rich countries, we are living very well, but sometimes that's because some other people are not living so well. Anyway, I would like to extrapolate this to the university. Here at La Salle University College in Madrid, we have a program that's called Campus para Todos. We have thought how to do that, how to extrapolate all these ideas to the whole campus. Of course, according to the Sustainable Development Goals, to Global Compact on Education. And that's part of the strategic plan of the university, which we find is very important to be in the point of the decisions of the university and affects to the whole campus in the 3 areas: academic, voluntary work, and service to people. Of course, we have organized many things. For the university, we have applied the university for a fair trade university. We have organized many conferences, many acts related to conscious consume, international cooperation, gender violence, gender gatherings, and many campaigns related to this at the university. But I would like to stress, especially in the academic field, the education for development, and in these 4 areas: research, training, sensitization, and advocacy. And we are trying to include, or we have been including this for 5 years now at the university, and we have created a questionnaire for teachers, for professors, for them to reflect how they are including these areas into their subjects. How are they including? We ask them, do you include all students in the subject? How do you include gender equality in your subject? How do you include critical thinking? By in contents? What about interculturality? Which is the bibliography that you use in your subjects? Do you include gender equality in the references, for example, or in the interculturality? Do do you do your references regarding this interculturality? How do you include consumption in your subject, or cooperative work, or human rights, or the Millennium Development Goals? It is not easy. This is very interesting, as we have a chat with every teacher who propose to have the stamp of Campus para Todos in their subject. And it is very, very interesting to have this chat and asking about all these points in their subject. And we share many tools to try to include these areas in every subject. So right now, the 20% of subjects of FCU La Salle, of La Salle University College in Madrid, are Campus para Todos. The 45% of preschool teacher education, for example, have the stamp of Campus para Todos, or the 25% of occupational therapy. I mean, we have subjects in education, but some of them in the health area, and that's also possible, of course. So I have a question as well. Is your university willing to invest resources and workers in favor of a fairer and more sustainable university? And finally, just to tell you that we have extrapolate this idea to the international perspective through a COIL project, Collaborative Online International Learning. We are participating the University of La Salle here in Madrid and a University of La Salle in Arequipa, Peru. So our students, 200 students of business from now, and another 200 of social work from Spain, they are working in a project which is curricular and interdisciplinary regarding fair trade. Yeah, we are working on fair trade, connecting the producers with the consumers. And yeah, it's very, very interesting, especially checking on what is the profile of the fair trade producer and consumer, and identifying meeting points between these profiles. So, as professor, are you willing to do an extra effort to educate for a fairer and more sustainable world? That's my question. And that's and I would like just to say thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. And that's my mail in case you would like to share something with me. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, Marija, iš tikrųjų labai įdomus pranešimas.
Maria, thank you very much. A very interesting presentation. And while listening to your presentation, I actually thought that it's the saying that you have to start from yourself is actually the key word. And this is what we should do, because, you know, it's really important to make this personal decision and make the right decisions. And step by step, I think we can move towards a sustainable community, a sustainable community that consumes in a sustainable way. And I was very interesting to hear your goals at your institution. And I think me and Lina and with other colleagues, while listening to your presentation, I think we actually heard a lot of insights, and let's say the literature, the references that teachers use in their classes. Is it intercultural or not? Is it something that we only accept and recognize, or do we see that in a broader perspective? So thank you very much, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future, because we also have social workers. We train social workers who work with very different people. So thank you, Maria, very much for joining and for sharing your experience.
Thank you very much.
Ačiū Marijai. Programai turime dvi Agnieškas.
Thank you, Maria. And now we have two Agnieszkas on our agenda. So I want to address Agnieszka Janik. She is from Wrocław, University of Wrocław in Poland.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. It's so nice to finally meet you and join you. I had some troubles, but now I'm here and you can hear me, right? Okay, so I will start with my presentation. Okay, so today I would like to discuss with you and share with you.
Agnieszka, please do full screen.
Okay, it's full screen already, but I have two different screens.
Agnieszka, then please stop sharing. I will share again full screen.
But I do the full screen, but I have two different screens, two different computers, and I think it's...
So you're sharing wrong screen.
Okay, so let me change this one. Maybe I will go this way and tell me if it's now correct. Is it good now?
Now, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. I'm glad to hear that. So I would like to discuss with you today the topic which sounds like creating children's play spaces in terms of sustainable development. And those are two elements I would like to discuss. And I will provide you with few examples, adventure and natural playgrounds and forest kindergarten, and discuss them in terms of theory of sustainable development, of local self-government policy, children's play, and civil society attitudes. A very short brief on one definition of sustainable development, the very first one, and it's quite important for my presentation, so I would like to share that with you. So sustainable development is the development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this definition was implemented by United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987, and I think it's still very updated. And basically, when we talk about sustainable development, we mostly focus on three elements, such as society, environment, and economy. But the very important fourth element is education. And there is much more voices now about education for sustainable development. And I believe it's crucial in terms of shaping attitudes of children and youth. And these are not only teachers who play a significant role in education for sustainable development, but I believe each of us is very crucial. For example, we all live in some local societies, and we all create local communities within our backyards, within our cities, within our villages. And each of us somehow shapes the environment that the person lives in. And basically children play everywhere. And this topic I present you is focused on children outdoor play spaces. So for me, it's very important to make sure we are all aware how we can impact on the children outdoor play spaces. So education, not only economy, not only environment and society, but the very important element of sustainable development is also education. And I would like to share with you some photos from Wrocław. And I believe and I think that those kind of playgrounds are very familiar to you. In Poland, usually we can find those kinds of playgrounds. As you can see, these are very colorful. But if we look deeper at those pictures, what we can see on each picture, the ground is even. So these are ready, fixed to build playgrounds. And you can build this kind of playground everywhere you want to. And to do it, first you need to even the ground, so it's not bumpy. If there before were growing some plants, some trees, you need to remove them. Nothing can be there. And what is important about those playgrounds too, children cannot actually learn how to cooperate. They're using those different kind of elements, play elements, but they don't actually cooperate. They use it in a physical way. And what parents do, we can see that they stay next to kids, but basically they can sit like, on these benches alongside the fence, and they observe what children do. And very young children, toddlers, maybe up to 6, will not be so bored, but any older kid will be bored. And we can simply see this little girl who is going up instead of down from the slide. And Professor Zimbardo once said that what playgrounds in cities are missing is the nature. And the very, very important attitude and the very important fact is that if you don't grow up with nature, you will not feel like a part of it. And once you don't feel you are a part of nature, you will not take care of the nature. So if children spend so much time on playgrounds and playing, and they are not connected with nature in this environment, they will not feel like a part of nature. They will not feel like they need to care about nature. And another very important issue is the right to play. And it is said that children have it guaranteed by United States Convention on Children's Rights, and there is the right to play. And there should be the right to play in nature, in connection with nature. And many researchers, academics, but also in social discourse, they say that children are lacking 2 things now. The first one is connect with nature, and we need to reconnect them with nature, and we need to reconnect them in the environment that is free of parent supervision. They need to play together freely outside, outdoors, and they should explore the world together. And parents cannot be there, or adults cannot be there and take away all the risk in their lives. Because if we do this, then it turns out that children do not explore the real reality, the real world, like it exists, and they cannot experience and deal with risk. So they cannot learn how to manage risk. And they spend their time only with parents. And there are some theories behind this. I will not explain them now because we haven't got enough time, but I just would like to give you a short brief on theories like learning by doing or learning in gardens, basically on outdoor education. And there are many international associations and books already discovered, already published, and this topic is very loud in pedagogical educational discourse. These are the international ones, and in Poland we also talk about it, but I think it's still not enough. And that's the right of the child to rest and leisure, to engage in play and reactional activities appropriate to the age of the child, and to participate freely in cultural life and the arts. And now I would like to show you very quickly 3 examples, which for me serves like a great examples of, on one hand, reconnecting children with nature, and on the other hand, sustainable development and building those kind of attitudes in children. This is the Adventure Playground in Berkeley, California, and very simply what the idea of Adventure Playground is. Children nowadays haven't got any opportunities to explore world and nature and the surrounding and the environment like they used to do. So the idea of Adventure Playground is to provide children with those experiences that they cannot be provided within our urban society. And those experiences would be like digging holes, like climbing a tree, like setting fire, like building forts, like using hammers and nails, maybe keeping animals, maybe some gardening and growing up tomatoes, or basically doing nothing. But the idea is to let children experience the nature and the surrounding with their peers, not with adults, only with friendly supervision of adults that they react when there is a real need. And those are some pictures from the playground, which is very amazing playground. And basically now there are only three adventure playgrounds left in United States. Before, from 1973, there were like 100, but now the only 3 are left. And as you can see, all these forts and buildings are built by kids, and they come there with parents. Basically on Adventure Playground, children play by themselves with their peers, but this one is very special, and here children also can play with their parents. Play by play, I mean build forts, paint, climb, run. Okay. And how do they get, for example, different tools to build? So they need to go to the play leader and give him 10 nails, and those nails are somewhere in the sand. So first they need to find those nails and bring them to the box, and then the play leader will provide them with any tool they want to. Or they can bring one Mr. Dangerous, and Mr. Dangerous is a piece of wood with sticking out nail. And this is just one. So they either 10 nails or one Mr. Dangerous. And when I've been there, I felt like, oh my dear, 10 nails. So there are nails. So they will just run and fall over, and the nail will be sticking out of their knees. And I was the only one worried. And the play leaders told me that things like this never happens, and children are very aware that this environment is changing all the time, so they are very careful. And sometimes play leaders need to drop some nails because kids cannot find them, and they have to if they want to get a hammer. And another example is Natural Playground. And except from the fact that this playground is built from natural materials, as you can see, and this one is in Reykjavik, next to one kindergarten, which I really like. We can see different play elements, like a shelter where children can hide. There is some composting area where they can grow tomatoes, and there is a ship where they can sail. And that's kind of a hill in the shape of spiral. Kids can go up and down from here. And what is amazing and very important in terms of sustainable development is that this playground was built by local community. There was one very charismatic parent who realized, the daddy, who realized that this society is not actually integrated. And he came up with the idea of building playground, natural playground. And through this process of building, the whole society gets very integrated. So they actually made their own self-government of this playground. And the last inspiration I would like to share with you is Forest Kindergarten. This kindergarten is located in Saxony in Germany, and it's called Wings and Roots. And the idea of Forest Kindergarten is to stay in nature all the day long. If the weather is really bad, then children and the teachers, educators can go to the building which is located next to the park. But basically, kids spend all the day here. They start with the morning ring and then have the food provided from parents. And as you can see, this was a rainy day, and I was very anxious again when the rain started to be very heavy, and I could hear some storms and saw some lightnings. But again, I was the only one who even noticed something was going on, because children and the teachers were very used to that, and they loved spending time outside, no matter what the weather was. So that's the area where they play, and there are 3 different spots in this park where they spend their time. And this is the instrument made by one of fathers. And here is the cart, and parents bring some food and they can keep it in this cart. And there are 2 things I would like to mention. First one is the tension I felt all the time when I was doing my research. And even if I think I give children a lot of freedom, there was this tension between safety and freedom. And I believe we should give children a lot of freedom for them to experience the world as it is. And the most important, or one of the most important elements of our world, is the earth and the nature. So we should bring them and we should grow them in connection with nature. And I believe those 3 examples are a great examples how to do that, how to build those attitudes, how to care about our earth. And I also think it's important to talk about those 10 principles for designing successful play spaces. And just to make some comments, very well designed play spaces should make it possible for children to experience and play with natural materials. And they should provide a wide range of play experience. And they should be located in such an area where different people in different ages can play together. And they should be the center of social life, of local life. And children with different disabilities, all kinds of children should play together and be able to play together. And what is very important in terms of sustainable development, those playgrounds should change with seasons. If there is a winter, they should look different than in the summer, on the autumn, because each season provides us with different nature materials and they are all great. And as we saw in the very beginning with those pictures of fixed, very colorful playgrounds, none of them meet those criteria we can see here. And what is also very important, those playgrounds or those play areas should build in opportunities to experience risk and challenge, because if we don't provide children with risk, they will not learn how to manage the risk and how they can survive in real life. And those playgrounds should be sustainable, maintained, and allow for change and evolution. And we can ask ourselves some further questions. I'm very interested in what's the situation in your countries, because as I said in the beginning, in Poland, we mostly have those fixed, colorful, ready-to-use playgrounds. So how to make play areas attractive and challenging for children? How to promote the ideas of sustainable playgrounds and child's outdoor play spaces? how to provide children with safe play and make their play challenging at the same time, how to develop cooperation between local community asset development, and how to encourage local communities to undertake joint initiatives, especially on environmental issues. And by sustainable playgrounds, I don't only mean adventure ones and natural ones, but we can also think of many others, such as recycling playgrounds, water playgrounds, and so on. And thank you for your attention. Here is my email if you'd like to contact me. And thank you for listening to me.
Labai ačiū Jums, Agnieszka.
Thank you so much, Agnieszka, for your presentation. It was really inspiring and it is very relevant. I especially liked it a lot because we also work closely, cooperate with the childhood educators, and we suggest that they take up the outdoor education. So if you can gather together and share ideas, it would be really wonderful, because you now covered entirely different aspects. I never thought about it from such an angle. And thank you so much. And without further ado, I want to introduce another Agnieszka. It's Agnieszka Avin. And we are really happy about the long-term partnership with your center and for providing our students with an opportunity to carry out research and to grow and improve together. So please, the floor is yours. Agnieszka will be speaking on the topic of social work as the empowerment of society and theories and practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure big pleasure to cooperate. And during my presentation, I will share my practice and experience, how everything looks like in our work. I was planning my presentation in English, so I will do it in English.
Let me share my screen. Ar visi matote?
Matome, bet pabandykite pabendrinti pilnu režimu.
Yes, we can see your screen, but if you could just start the presentation, the slideshow, the full screen.
Do you see it now? Yeah. Thank you. So once again, hello everyone. The topic of my talk is social work as community empowerment. And I will try to present some practical aspects of it, also joining it with theory. Me, myself, I am a social anthropologist and Roma community mediator working at the Multicultural Youth Center Padėk pritapti, or Help to Fit in translation, and also for the Department of Ethnic Minorities. And I was thinking from which aspect to tackle our work and how to connect it with social work. So one of the probably approaches we're using at work, and it's part of our ideology at work and in our center, is the empowerment approach. So starting a bit from theoretical background, how empowerment is understood in social sciences, and by the researchers who are researching the phenomena of social work. So basically this concept came into power in Western Europe in the late 1980s, but actually still in the mid-90s, it had yet to achieve maturity and become a critically understood concept and also reflective practice. In general, empowerment approach in social work, it notices, supports, and strengthens the individual's awareness and use of their own power. This approach believe all individuals have power within them and with their networks, right? So this becomes a transformational process. You see the working, being a social worker, working with the community as a part of a transformation and a change you bring to the community. And it also recognizes that social workers increase the capacity for self-help of the clients. For example, it allows clients not only to be seen as passive and helpless victims, which are aiming to be rescued and helped, but instead as a self-empowered persons fighting oppression. And in this case, a social worker becomes a facilitator rather than a rescuer. Of course, some researchers point that empowerment cannot always be the main goal of social work action. Sometimes there are situations where intervention is needed, and the groups the social worker is addressing are really needing help and protection. So the first imperative is to minimize the risk, and later on to work with the self-awareness and empowerment of the community. And how it all came to being and how it all became the very important concept in social work. It combines a tradition of mutual aid, self-help, and recent movements of liberation, fight for human rights, and social activism in general, which is strengthened by the latest approaches of anti-racism, feminism, critiques of inequalities and oppressions arising from differences in different social classes, ages, disability, sexuality, religion, ethnicity, and other social roles and groups. According to scientists, and not only to the scientists, but society can be seen as that there is unequal power structures in the society, which must be rebalanced. So the state, in this case, has to become more responsible for its actions, and there has to be more power held by civic society, and more corporations have to become more socially responsible. And therefore, empowerment can be closely linked to that advocacy, because empowerment can be described also as a social process whereby people who are considered as belonging to a stigmatized social group can be assisted to develop increased skills to take control of their lives. Moreover, I would add that it's important to help the communities create autonomies within the social structures they live in, not only help them to adjust to it, right? We have to give more alternatives and also work for different ways of being, not only following the mainstream one. In the end, like ending the theoretical part, it's important to acknowledge that the concept of empowerment should be constantly redefined and reconstructed, not by just so-called professionals, but also for people who receive the services and who are engaged on different levels. So it's always a constant process and not a fixed and stable definition. So now moving to the practical part, we work for more than 10 years with Roma community in Lithuania. And most of you probably know that Roma are one of the most disempowered and marginalized communities in our society. According to different researches, it shows that they experience the highest social distance. For example, in 2020, 58% of respondents who participated in a public questionnaire did not want to rent flats for Roma. Roma live in very poor conditions, and even 96% are living below poverty line, and 61% of the households are lacking basic economic resources and material conveniences. So just to show how actually the discrimination and situation influences as well Roma material situation. So how we try to use and practice this empowerment in our everyday work. And we as a center, we provide children, youth, adults and elders, different type of social educational services. And as we say, we start from the name. We, as it's usually, it's a practice that social workers have their clients. So we never call the people who come to us clients, because they have names and they, for us, are usually becoming acquaintances, and we call them by names. We never use the word client, and by this we try to create very informal and very close relationship. For kids, it's also, and youth, it's very important to create safe space, which is really, there is no place for any discriminatory talk, any physical or psychological violence, which they no bullying and prejudice, which they experience in school or somewhere in the city. So for us, it's very important to celebrate and show that the ethnic minority, ethnic identity is something to be proud of, and something, there is a place where they come on the, not only on the basis of ethnic identity, but it is something really value and treasure. And the language, the history, and so on is something what they themselves should treasure and should learn more about. It really creates very welcome atmosphere, which most of the children and youth don't have at school, where there is very little information about, for example, Roma Holocaust in the history books. There are no ways to learn Romani language, the mother tongue of kids and youth. So here in the center, we really try to change this approach and empower it from this side, that they start to feel special and valuable. As already mentioned, for us, it's very important to create this informal and direct relationship. And we see it as a way to build trust and mutual acceptance, first of all, because due to long-lived discrimination and marginalization, Roma community members are not trusting most of the formal institution, governments, and so on. And only by having very close connection and trust, we can really get to know the real situation, what is going on in the families. And by this, we are able to provide the services really adjusted to their needs. One more concept and the way our approach of empowerment is that we try to make everyone who comes to the center feel that they are not only the takers of the social services, but they are our counterparts, they are our colleagues, they are also the givers, idea makers, and organizers. Whenever we are thinking of, for example, writing a new project and looking for funds, we involve kids and youth and elders, and we gather ideas, what they would like to learn and what would be the most useful and needed thing for them. And later on, we appoint the Roma community members themselves to help to organize these workshops and events, to manage them, to organize reflections and so on. So they're involved on different levels of organization. And by this, we're really making it more like a equal collaboration and partnership rather than like a top-down approach. And last but not least, what for us it's super important is to bring up and support young community leaders. We really follow this now popular and very important concept in the Western Roma activist movement, that nothing about Roma without Roma. For a long time, if you would read media and so on, there would be very little Roma voices heard. There would be very often experts and specialists, or not even people having anything in common with Roma community talk for them. So it's important to give back the voice so people can talk for themselves and represent themselves in public spaces. And we really have great youngsters who are becoming media stars, who are involved in different projects with the museums. They're being recorded, their stories they go to the radio stations and they participate in the talks. They come with us to international projects where they are already learning how to be, let's say, community leader and an activist, and also they're giving very important point of view. And this is actually the last thing to say, that I already mentioned a bit, but we're really involving kids and young Roma to learn about personal family stories and fill in the empty gaps in the school curriculum related to, first of all, Holocaust of Roma and the mass murdering of Roma. So here you would see some pictures from the latest project we just implemented. We were creating the digital archives of Roma oral history. We would travel around Lithuania together with Roma youngsters, and we will collect stories from Romani elders in Romani language, which was recorded and later on digitalized, and now would be available for other educators and researchers to use as a tool to learn more about Roma community and the history. So to end my presentation, how we understand when you work with groups which are oppressed and marginalized, how it helps for social worker to get into closer contact. It's definitely to know the group's history of oppression. In particular case of Roma, it's really centuries of marginalization and stigmatization of the group. So by researching historically how it ended up that Roma are in this situation where they are, it helps to better understand how social structure works, how systematic racism and discrimination works, and how people ended up in the current poverty and exclusion. Also, really, it's important to find group strengths and resilience. What are the things where people from the group are really strong of, what binds them together as a community, what are the most important elements of the identity, where their solidarity is based on, learn more about traditions, learn more about culture aspects and so on, which also really helps to specifically create the way of work with the group. And finally, recognize the diversity within the group, because groups are not homogeneous. Of course, there are different identities within the group, depending on age, social class, economic status, identity, and gender, and different this intersectionality of different identities within the group can also create different outcomes and different types of vulnerability of group members. So it is also important to keep that in mind. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Agnieszka, for your presentation and
tikrai praktinius aspektus, kaip tai galėtų būti daroma.
emphasizing the empowerment.
Ir už jūsų tai, ką jūs darot, ir už tai, kad tuo
for your practical, for presenting practical aspects. Thank you very much. And I would also would like to share Lina's thoughts, and I would like to say that it's really important to talk about your identity, that your identity and not losing your identity is so much important besides exclusion. So besides inclusion is really important, but not losing your identity, not losing yourself is so much, so important. And hopefully we will continue working together. Thank you, Agnieszka, very much. And we still have one speaker, Eglė Steponienė, in this section. She is the doctoral student of Mykolas Romeris University. She is not only the doctoral student of Mykolas Romeris University, but also the expert of working with children with autistic spectrum. She's really into this area, and she has been doing a lot of work in this area.
As she said, I'm Eglė Steponienė, representative of Mykolas Romeris University, and I'm enrolled in educology doctoral studies. And the topic of my presentation of today, the barriers for successful inclusion assessment and overcoming in the preschool. So everyone is aware about least restrictive environment. So as the primary goal of the education plan for preparedness to implement Education Law number I-1489 change. In addition, in 2021-24 declares that the school settings are obligated to remove physical, emotional, informational, social barriers and ensure quality education for each child by learning with their peers at the nearest educational institution, providing the necessary assistance to meet each child's individual educational needs. The education law in Lithuania was updated with the obligation for the schools to accept each child in the mainstream schools, and this will be mandatory starting 2024. It raises many questions and concerns about ensuring the least restrictive environment for every child in their educational setting. This should be viewed as bi-directional process, how the professionals can adjust the physical environment and teaching methods to each child, and what type of barriers each child might face due to their medical disease specifics, which may interfere with their ability to learn. Barriers assessment. The research shows that primary school teachers do face challenges in ensuring inclusive education for children with special needs, especially those who have diagnosis of autism and related disorders. Research revealed the following challenges are most common: problem behavior of children with autism, difficulty engaging children with special needs in the classroom community and everyday activities, challenges in collaborating with other teachers, lack of educational support for professionals and parents. To reduce the scope of these challenges, the strong accent for early intervention should be stressed out. Many learning barriers might be reduced and even fully overcame if they could be noticed, definitionally described, and assessed in early childhood. The professionals lack valid instruments in the native Lithuanian language to do it functionally. Almost everyone is aware of inclusion as about a value. However, identifying specific barriers and reducing them functionally is still a doubt and challenge. English-speaking countries and translations into other 8 languages implement the VB-MAP, author Mark Sandberg, barriers assessment as a tool designed to identify and score 24 learning and language acquisition barriers that might impede a child's progress in the school setting. So basically, the barriers assessment is a part of the entire VB-MAP assessment. Since 2021, this tool is available in the Lithuanian language as well. The VB-MAP barriers assessment includes 24 everyday learning and language acquisition barriers that children with autism and other developmental disabilities face. Here you can see the Lithuanian version, which looks the same like English and translated versions. So 24 barriers impeding the learning include problem behavior, instructional control, impaired request skills, expressive and receptive language issues, intraverbal skills issues, social skills issues, prompt dependency, scrolling, impaired scanning, problems with conditional discrimination, failure to generalize, weak motivation, reinforcement dependency, self-stimulation, impaired articulation, obsessive compulsive behaviors, hyperactivity, failure to make eye contact, sensory defensiveness. Skills. An intervention program for a child with autism or other developmental disabilities should include both skills that need to be increased. For example, request skills, expressive and receptive language skills, play and social skills, and behaviors or barriers that need to be decreased. For example, tantrums, rote responding, etc. Barrier scores should primarily be used to identify priorities for the intervention program. For example, target to work on the impaired request repertoire. The actual data on barrier reduction should be the daily data on the appropriate target behaviors. For example, the frequency and variability of effective request skills. We have to rate the child on the VBME barriers assessment using a Likert type scale of 0 to 4 based on the criteria identified for each barrier and transfer the score to the barriers assessment scoring form. Here a bit the example of the visual presentation of the barrier scores, which is like really very useful and easy to implement and reach tool. And barrier scores, we have to know that examples of behaviors presented at each score level in the protocol for assess do not constitute an exhaustive list, nor is it required that each child exhibit all the behaviors identified to receive a score at that level. The examples are simply provided to give the assessor a sample of types of behaviors that might qualify for a specific score. A low score is a good score and that barrier must be reduced or removed. It means the lowest score is a signal for us that a child does not face a lot of challenges in the educational setting. Score means a score of 0 indicates that there are no significant barriers in the targeted area and no intervention is necessary. A score of 1 suggests that an occasional problem exists and it should be monitored, but it may not warrant a formal intervention. A score of 2 indicates that a moderate problem exists and further analysis and possibility of intervention program should be considered before the problem becomes worse. A score of 3 indicates that a persistent problem exists and is in need of behavioral analysis and formal intervention program. A score of 4 indicates that a severe problem exists and is also in need of analysis and formal intervention program. Here's one of example of scores. As you may see, there are scores and the guidelines how we can assess the problem, and it's done via observation. Importance of barriers assessment. It may be the case that for some children the immediate teaching program should be more focused on removing a particular barrier than on language or academic skills or academic instruction. Once a particular barrier is reduced or removed, for example, aggression, non-compliance, or self-injurious behaviors, efforts to teach language, social behavior, or academics may be more effective. On the other hand, some form of language teaching, such as request teaching, may be an important component of the program for reducing a barrier. That is why it may be necessary to have a trained professional to analyze the nature of the specific problem experienced by an individual child and design an individual intervention program. Reliability analysis. In order to check the reliability of the Lucenian version of this instrument, the data of 30 children in the age range of 2 to 6 years with the diagnosis of autism were collected and quantified using statistical package for the social sciences SPSS tool. The Cronbach's alpha, based on all 24 assessment items, reached a value of 959. It allows to conclude that removing any aspect of the assessment would not increase the Cronbach's alpha internal consistency of the questionnaire scale, so there is no need to remove anything from the barriers assessment. The instrument is reliable and can be used for learning and language acquisition barriers assessment in educational settings starting from the kindergarten and the preschool, which is very important. As earlier we can notice these problems and work with them, so there are more chances that the children, when they raise, they have more successful inclusion in the more educational setting. So here is also the summary of each buyer. As you may see, the Chromebox alpha everywhere is pretty high, and all the barriers, as mentioned before, we analyzed like negative behavior, absent, weak or impaired request labeling, motor imitation, vocal imitation, absent, weak or impaired visual perception skills, impaired understanding of the language, impaired social skills, prompt dependency, scrolling responses, impaired scanning skills, failure to generalize, which again, very, very important. The ability to generalize, it means the skills what the child gets in one setting, how he or she is able to show the same skill in the other setting with other people, and especially important, how is he or she able to demonstrate, to show the new skill with the peers. Other barriers like reinforcement dependency, self-stimulation, articulation programs, obsessive compulsive behavior, hyperactivity, failure to make eye contact and attend to other people, sensory defensiveness, we also analyzed and measured, and we see high reliability for each item. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, kindly please ask the questions.
Labai ačiū, Egle. Iš tikrųjų, klausantis visų šitų.
Thank you, Egle, so much for your presentation. When I hear these things, it seems to be very complicated, but I believe these are really helpful to teachers and perhaps parents in terms of noticing and assessing certain challenges or problems. And it seems that more and more children are diagnosed with autism or some other disorders, and a lot of people don't know how to deal with it. And I hope that your work will be really helpful and useful to teachers and parents, because the main object is children who hopefully will be happy and healthy and feel good. And I declare this session over. I really want to thank everyone, all our colleagues from different countries, different higher education schools. I want to thank our Lithuanian colleagues who connected to this session and gave their presentations in English. I believe that one of the most important things is the answer to our question, whether this inclusion is the matter of our sector or of all of us. I believe we start with ourselves. I think, as Maria from Spain said, we must start with our decisions. As Kamal and Agnieszka said, we need to find our identity. And as everyone else said, we need to manage not only to think and speak of what others can do, but also what we can do together, how we can act and work together to live in wonderful world, wonderful countries, wonderful societies, so that there's no discrimination and segregation, or at least the level is as low as possible. And I really hope that this conference is not the last one, that we can meet more than once in other settings as well to share our thoughts. And this session is over now, but our Lithuanian session is still ongoing, so to save the time of people who connected to the English session, I say goodbye to everyone here. so that you not waste your precious time. And I invite everyone who are willing to join the Lithuanian channel. And for those who don't know that, you can visit our Facebook page, and all information is uploaded right there. And Lina, also, thank you so much. I believe we were
Ačiū, Vaiva, taip pat
really
tau už
successful
puikiai
in moderating this
išspręstus
conference.
iššūkius, kurie
Thank
iškyla.
you, Vaiva, for this kind work, you for tackling all those challenges related to technology. And I'm very delighted that we had such meaningful presentations, which gave us food for thought about what we were doing and what we need to do. These are really valuable. I took notes, and I'm very happy that we have videos recorded to remember everything. Thank you, Lina, and thanks goes to interpreters who were invisible, but their efforts are really great. And I know that we spend so much time talking, and they really helped us to cooperate and communicate. So once again, those who are willing, join the Lithuanian channel, and thank you all. I wish you good luck. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Viso geriausio.